What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
Who are you call the pops? I'm gonna call the pops.
We're recording you.
No. It's okay. I'm just your neighbor. Coming by to say howdy.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, we're not used to people stopping by to say howdy without assaulting us first, robbing us, or defecating on our lawn.
Sometimes all three.
The trifecta. We're from Los Angeles.
Just moved to Texas.
I figured.
Oh, the California plates?
Well, yeah, and the masks. Inside your own house. No one else around. 2022.
We just want to be extra safe.
We feel naked without masks.
We'll probably wear them for the rest of our lives.
We'll be buried in them.
Okay. Well, you seem like a lovely couple. Like I said, I just wanted to drop by and welcome you to the neighborhood.
Why? Do you want something?
Oh, no. They're, I think he's being friendly. People around here are friendly. Like we've seen in the movies, right?
I thought that was just make-believe, like superheroes or families that go to church.
No. That's a myth. This is real life.
So, I live in that house over yonder. Name's Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. I'm Tiffany, she, her.
And I'm Steve, he, him.
What are your pronouns?
I don't believe in pronouns. I think they're reductive. In fact, just your asking about it is a microaggression.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. I'm just messing with you. I like all pronouns. My favorite is you.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Exactly. So, if you need anything, just holler. My wife and I'd be happy to help.
Baby, he has a gun.
I'm calling the cops.
I'm recording you.
Political correctness is a manifestation of lack of fucking self-esteem because you're all cunts. Because you cunts all want everybody to love you. I don't want anybody to love me. I don't want anybody to even fucking like me. Do you think Donald Trump gives a shit what you think of him? Do you think Steve Jobs, when he was alive, gave a shit? Do you think Mark Zuckerberg gives a shit? Political correctness is a manifestation of lack of fucking self-esteem.
All right, has anyone noticed this trend among some of our government experts lately? It starts off with them telling you a thing. If you question the thing, you will be mocked, ridiculed, and potentially censored. It then turns out later that the thing that they told you wasn't quite as true as they promised you it would be. And when you point this out, they revert to telling you that, well, they never told you the thing that they told you. And then when you show them incontrovertible proof that they did in fact tell you the thing that they told you, they just suggest that you should be mocked, ridiculed, and potentially censored. I can't imagine why we don't trust these guys.
Hey, y'all. Let me see why that's sticking up here like that. Hey, Carl.
What's up?
I'm trying to figure out why I got multiple pictures up. All right, here's one reason.
What difference at this point does it make?
Yep, I didn't play it this time. Everybody's probably like, you like that song?
It's kind of catchy.
Here you go. I'll play it for you then.
Good morning. I'm here to give you an update on the FBI's investigation of Secretary Clinton. What I want to do is tell you what we're recommending. But first, let me tell you what we found. 110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top secret, 36 of those chains secret, and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Everything I did was admitted. There was no law, no regulation.
Secretary Clinton should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation.
I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email.
None of these emails should have been on any kind of classified system, not even Gmail.
Well, first of all, nothing was marked classified.
To the contrary.
Nothing was marked classified.
There is evidence.
Nothing was marked classified.
Now let me tell you what we found.
Oh my gosh.
110 emails.
It was not the best choice.
52 email chains.
It was the mistake.
Have been determined to contain classified information.
at this point doesn't make
8 of those chains were top secret.
Was the best choice.
6 of those chains
Said it was a mistake.
and 8 contained confidential information.
what difference at this point does it make?
With respect to our recommendation, this is going to be an unusual statement in at least a couple of ways. Although there is evidence, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. What difference at this point does it make? 110 emails.
It wasn't the best choice.
52 email chains
I made a mistake.
have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it
8
make?
of those chains were top
It was not a
secret.
good choice.
6 of those chains
I said it was a mistake.
and 8 contained confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Yeah, I like that song. You ever heard Ted Nugent, Kiss My Ass? He talks
Yeah,
about Hillary in that one too. She's a demon.
Yeah, she's stirring the pot again, I guess, between her and Obama.
Ooh, did you see that video going around?
Of
Obama and Biden are at a rally, and people, the leftists, are jumping their butts.
It's about time.
It was funny. I laughed my butt off.
I think we'd be like 5 years into the FEMA camps right now if it wasn't for T-Man.
Yeah,
Possibly.
I don't know, but every time Obama went to speak, they'd overpower him with their voices. It was so funny.
I just sent Chuck something in Messenger showing what Nasty Nancy's reception was like. They're not going to be able to walk the streets. They're not even safe in their homes.
I wonder why.
Especially when you go pick up some gay dude and then turn around and blame him for kidnapping.
Yeah, that story's getting fishier by the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different. What do you call
Hey,
that?
sure.
A lot of different stories going on around that one.
Yep. And they pour it on it thicker and make it worse every time. Hey, Sharon.
Yeah, make it worse on
What I think is funny is they think that Obama's, gonna save them somehow. That he like he's still got a good name or something. Like his charisma is gonna overpower all the crap he did.
All right,
All
Bonnie.
right.
T-Girl said, hey, hard-working, gorgeous Vicky.
Hey.
Sweet tea. Hey, Bonnie.
Oh,
Garrett.
Hey, Bonnie, T, Cindy, Sharon, Garrett, let's see, Vicky, Joyful. Let's see, who else? Ben. I mean, say, hey, Stans. Hey, Mima.
Seen a lot of talk about a red wave coming today.
Yeah, I've heard so much about it. I don't even pay attention to it anymore. They're going to prove something to me anymore. I'll talk my shit. Get people to pay attention when I'm out, but
hey, Joyful.
They've got me so to the point is like
stand alone.
I don't believe shit.
Well, we heard about a red wave before, and then they made it vanish. It was like a magic trick. The red wave they hit it. So imagine how pissed off people will be if they do that again.
That's from getting Trump's taxes.
I remember something about it.
Roberts blocked them from being able to do it, but it's only a temporary fix. They could still try to get it again.
Yeah, I know. at least somebody's trying to help him.
What's up, Echo?
If you pull his, you better pull everybody's.
Hey, Echo.
Well, they've, weaponized the IRS for many, many years.
I'm good. I was just looking at the numbers. I keep forgetting I'm on the wrong channel, but I see where there ain't nobody really on. I see one, so
Don't start with that.
it's.
Oh, I'm trying to. I'm not using no wrong words. I'm being. Unless you think.
No, she's asking. Cindy's asking if I'm okay. A lot of mine's my nose sinus shit been messing up past couple days.
Well, it's that year. It's time of year, where everything's changing.
Yeah, but it gets when I wake up and it's like the stuff running down your throat, and then sit there and cough and gag and cough and gag.
Yeah, that's probably something in the air from fall. I don't know if you're getting a lot of changes yet, but everything up here is brown and leaves are almost off the trees here already.
Yeah, those are dropping, but my purple little plum cherry, whatever tomatoes you want to call them, they're growing out there. They're popping up all over the place. Got one about the size of about big around my thumb and about an inch long or so. On a good note, I've hit like 120, 130 subs on D Live. Let me see what it is.
Oh, I keep forgetting to go there. I actually have a D Live. I haven't signed on to it in probably a year.
Yeah, it was Meat Puppet. If you can hear me over there, Meat Puppet's on that.
Sometimes some of the community would go, like, you remember Dangerous Freedom when he do the late night shows. Sometimes people would go from there to D Live after his show. That's why I ended up making an account. You can play music, you can do anything over there, can't
you? Yep, pretty much.
Without being chaperoned.
Yeah, I'm casting out right now into YouTube, into TikTok. I think it's TikTok. Let's see, Twitch, YouTube, Twitch, and D Live. I need to get some more on there. And every time I go live, have about 10 of them. That would suit me.
I was told by one of them military communication guys like a couple years ago to stay off TikTok, Instagram, and there was another one. I can't remember the other one now.
Yeah, I don't have any HCQ. Last time I did any of that, Cindy, I made it out of grapefruit rind and stuff. Grapefruit.
I like organic lemon with local honey as a tea. I still have yet to try any horse paste or any of that, but I would kind of like to have a bottle for my medical kit or a tube or whatever.
Yeah, I take it about every 5 to 7 days unless I forget, but usually I at least take it every 2 weeks.
Well, just as long as you don't start going,
yeah.
Wilbur.
We'll run up to the fence and take a dump.
Like you didn't do that already.
Start galloping around the yard, waving my head.
That'd kind of suck if everybody that was using that started having those type of side effects.
Huh. Guys are walking around the yard like an excited horse with it just swinging in the breeze.
Oh, well, I do that anyways.
Howdy, neighbor. Howdy ho. I want to say on one of them episodes of Tool Time, they're like, why is he always peeking over the fence or whatever? Why is it they can't see you on the other side? And he's like, well, I'm a nudist.
There you go.
With an axe or hammer.
I don't have any tan lines either.
So now it's illegal to go visit people in your underwear with a hammer.
Oh.
Yeah, the link's out there, Josh.
Wonder why I didn't have that already. Josh likes to be up on these panels. I'm not sure about it, but I can tell he likes it. What's up, Ray?
What are you doing, Ray? Hey, T. Hey, Josh. Anybody I missed? Let's see.
Either way, man, it still feels like a countdown to the midterm to me. What do we got, 7 days? Somehow I think somebody's going to lose their mind.
Yeah, Echo, you sort of lost me at that, what you just said. She's like, I had a sore throat a couple days ago. I put 4 drops of organic lemon juice and a teaspoon of honey. I sucked it like it was candy, and my sore throat was gone.
Magical.
If you have a dirty mind, that makes you wander.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder about that one. Like, you know, maybe that Echo puts out certain things that it can be misstrewn in multiple ways, you know. Because, you know, I once heard Echo say that Echo liked old Willies. So, you know, naturally, the first thing I thought about, you know, was Jeeps.
Yeah. I didn't think about yesterday being Halloween and putting on a pair of tidy whiteys and grabbing a claw hammer and walking around.
Well, you got to do something that would shock people. I think they'd be kind of used to you like that, wouldn't they?
Hell, there are bunch of them around here don't even see me unless I'm out there cutting grass. I've tried to be neighborly with a bunch of them, and I'll be outside and start talking to them, and they like all of a sudden remember that they need to turn their stove on or something. People just don't talk anymore.
I used to put on the ghillie suit and lay in the ditch in the front yard and wait for the kids to walk by and scare the bejeebers out of them. It was fun. But I didn't do anything this year.
Yeah, I seen it. It looked like a couple cars came around here, but I didn't turn the porch light on. I didn't even act out to give. We tried for 2 or 3 years from when we first moved here and go spend $50 for candy and then turn around and wouldn't get the first knock at the door. So.
Wow. All right. What does PTO stand for, Echo? About to impress me. I tell people about my transfer case on my truck and how it's got a PTO plate. So you could add a PTO to run your plow or winch or anything you'd want to run off of it. People are like, PTO, what are you talking about? Even Dodge guys are like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
The old transfer cases had that ability.
Yeah. I know a lot of people that didn't have 4-wheel drives, but they'd get a 4x4 transmission and run that shaft up to the front just so they could put a winch on it.
Mm-hmm.
Which, granted, you'd have to put it low end and stuff because you don't want to run that winch at high speed. I can't see that winch spinning at 50 miles an hour.
That's close, Echo. It actually stands for power takeoff. Or power transfer output.
I always heard power takeoff.
Yeah, that's what I've always heard the guys say too, but that's probably a technical term, the power transfer output. I don't know.
But I'm still trying to remember how the hell. I want to say the only thing they had the winch set up for is put it in low range and to pull them out if they get stuck.
Well, mine's got that creeper gear, man. I'm telling you, Chuck, I pulled barns down, silos, monster trees. I pulled mud trucks sideways, tractors on wheelies. Nothing could outpull this thing just because of the weight and the gearing of it. You know, that combination made it a mean. You couldn't go mudding with it, but I could stand on the side of the mud and pull them right out of the mud. You know, but the thing is they used to make packages for the old Jeeps in the 50s. You could get a sawmill for your Jeep. You could get all kinds of additional pieces that you could run off of the power takeoffs of the Jeep. The thing is with the Dodge, the parts are pretty rare to get that kind of stuff. Getting a power takeoff winch is one thing for a Dodge. Try to find the rest of it.
Hey, Kiss All.
What's up, Kiss All?
Hey, Josh.
I wouldn't even want the winch to run off of that. I'd rather have a 12-volt rig and then use the PTO for something else, you know. Maybe even there was a generator system they built for that too.
Hold on, I think he went to go do something with his teeth.
Was it, what kind of wheelies was it? Echo? Was it a truck, a Jeep? Because there's all kinds actually. There was even wagons, Willie's wagon. There was a cab over Willie's. Looked like a VW bus with the back cut out of it. So it was like a pickup truck in the back, but flat faced over the engine cab in the front. There were some odd animals in the Jeep world. They even the military made prototypes. There was a GPA, was a Jeep amphibious. It was like a little boat. Then they made a helicopter Jeep. I've seen all kinds of weird prototypes they did with Jeeps. You could see the start on the door. Oh, the star on the door. It's a truck, Jeep M715 Kaiser, like a 1960s or 70s military pickup truck, Echo. They call it M715. M725 was the ambulance version of that. Yeah, I'm betting it was an M715. Look that up, Echo. See if that looks familiar. They're cool trucks. Most people take the engine out of those and replace them with a 350 or a 318 or something to make it more user friendly parts wise. And even though the M715 had a built-in brush guard in the front of the Jeep, it was a kind of a chintzy thing That's one of the most beat up parts of those when you find them. Ooh, I saw an M715 dually once with a dually rear end designed to carry, a Army radio shelter. Pretty slick truck. They made a civilian Jeep pickup truck during the same years. They called the Commander, or I think it was a Commander, and then it turned into Comanche or something. But there was similar commercial trucks to the M715. Well, they didn't have World War. See, now he probably bought a later issue truck, Echo, because in World War II they didn't have the trucks in the Jeeps. They had different kinds of trucks. They had WCs, what they called weapons carriers, different types of trucks. But the Jeeps were all small. The Jeep that everybody knows, a little tiny thing. Bantam Jeeps, Willys Jeeps, Ford GPAs.
Damn, I'm freezing.
We have audio. Here we go.
I just spotted a Jeep down the road here in the back field of a farm. I'm going to have to go and talk to them. It's a 60s M151, but still, I'd be interested to see what the heck they're going to do with that.
Hi, Chuck.
But still, I'd be interested to see what the heck they're going to do.
Yeah, I just had to put out there. I've seen they're coming up with different definitions for PTO, and that's what it means, power takeoff. Either that or for the mechanic shops I worked at the last 40 years, they were wrong.
Right. I mean, every manual I've read said the same thing. I probably still have a manual on it itself. Me and a guy I knew, he's passed away years ago. We used to go rescuing Dodges all over the counties up north. That's one of the first things we'd do is, it's got any PTO parts on it? I don't think we ever found one with a full PTO on it. I found one with a rare skid plate that goes over the transfer cases. I got one of those. I'm real happy with that piece of metal.
Yeah, my 71 Impala it had a shackle and lift kit in the back, and I had a skid plate that covered all the way. It had a big coffee can size hole where you can get to the drain plug for the oil and reach the oil filter.
Yep.
But other than that, from A-frame to A-frame, from the bumper to the back end of the drive shaft, or the drive shaft where it comes into the back of the transmission, it had a skid plate.
This is a factory. It's a factory piece with a U channel bar that runs from frame to frame with a 3/8 or a quarter plate of steel. Is probably like 3 foot by 3 foot that covers just the transfer case, because that's the lowest part in that area. That hangs down the most. It's stout enough to where if you got it up on a boulder or something, teeter totter, and it would hold. What's weird about these trucks, Chuck, is since they in the factory, what they did is they just cut the whole top of the cab off right up to like almost to the top of the window, and cut the whole back off the cab. And then when they put the box on, They riveted, they bent the steel all like flaps, and then riveted it all together. Welded the junction where it would have been between the cab and the back. So now, if you were to like go four wheeling and you're twisting the frame, because all frames on all trucks are flexible, whether people realize it or not, they move.
They got some, especially if they're only U-shaped.
Yeah, yes, and instead of having like on the front on the radiator support core, they would have the body mounts, the rubber body mounts would be spaced out widely in the front. Instead, on mine, they put the body mounts in the middle because the whole thing creaks and crackles and does all kinds of weird. The more intense the trail is, the more you're going to hear the weird noises, because instead of having two sections like a pickup where the bed is separate from the cab, it's all one piece from front to back. So they had to make it to where it moves a little.
You got to have flex, because if it don't flex, it'll crack like a frame or any of it. It don't have some give, it'll bust.
Yep. Yep.
That's like a crankshaft or camshaft out of an engine. It might be hard. It's super hard, but if you drop it on concrete, it'll break up in pieces.
Yes, it will. They're weird trucks.
Carl, Josh.
Hey, Bonnie.
Good to see you.
Hey, Bonnie.
Hey, Bonnie.
You coming up here to save the audience from truck talk? Got something better than...
Well, if y'all get a chance, go to my community page. There's something really good from Truth Tornado, and there's a praise report for all the prayers y'all gave. Mama is doing amazing.
That's awesome.
I talked to her.
That's the best news I've had in days. Thank you.
I talked to her earlier. She wasn't having any problem speaking. It was just, I just cannot believe that quick.
Yeah, put her in the hospital yesterday. And today they got her running up steps and working out with weights.
Yeah.
I want to do that. I think the other shot. But you remember, you always feel better when you go to when you get out, or when you enter the hospital or the doctor's office or the dentist. You're always better when you get there.
Yeah. Like my nosebleeds.
Sometimes.
Like where?
Doesn't matter if I ain't better. I ain't going.
Me and Bonnie were talking about that earlier. If I end up at the hospital, it's because either I'm unconscious or bleeding out.
There it is. I'd have to be unconscious or dead for you to get me to go there.
Yeah, I'm in my hospital when I was younger, and I just don't want to have that happen again. A lot of operations.
Nobody likes the hospital, Josh.
Yeah, I got an old farm vet up here up the road, and a old country doctor that he's not even actually a doctor. They said he's like something in between a doctor and a nurse.
I'd rather go to a veterinarian.
Yep.
Me too.
I've had a full body cast.
That says a lot about doctors nowadays, huh?
A trach removal, a trach reconstruction. I've had it all done to me.
Yeah,
I hope you got some left there, Ray.
With that car.
Ray says every time he goes to the hospital, they want to remove an organ. I said, I hope he's got some left.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff there. I've had a couple of good news stories here this week. Got to cherish those these days. You notice that?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
why we call them praise reports, because it's the uplifting news that we need to hear. And I just wanted everybody to know those prayers worked. It had to be the prayers, because at the emergency room, and even when she got to the hospital, they never gave her antibiotic. She did not get her antibiotic till late yesterday evening, and they had her doing the steps and everything yesterday, and they said she was still having some speech problems. But when I talked to her on the phone, it was probably about 4 or 5, and she was just talking plain as day, telling me what they brought her for supper and
Oh, that's good.
laughing.
Well, I know prayers work. That's why, I mean, no question in my mind that prayers work. You know, there are those that'll go, well, I prayed and then it happened anyways. Well, it was probably going to happen. And maybe your prayers made it easier for the family or the person itself. Maybe it was less painful. You know, it just, what I'm saying is it can never hurt to pray. And in this community, I must have seen 100 praise reports. I mean, seriously, that's a lot. When you see that
Yeah.
many things that people are saying, hey, y'all prayed for me, and overnight the problem was gone. I can't believe it. It's a miracle. I've heard that so many times here. I'm not making this up. I should have wrote them all
Yes.
down.
Yep. I've seen it just watching on these shows.
Well, we
Can't hurt.
have to give the glory to God when He deserves it.
Yep.
Prayer worked.
And yes, and I really feel that the Spirit truly is moving through us. It may not be, we're getting frustrated and with all the mess that they keep throwing, but we're still standing, we're still talking, not gonna back down.
Chuck, one of the reasons I like coming up on here on multiple panels is because I'm in a group home. I'm by myself. And just to have a whole bunch of friends and a whole bunch of YouTube people that care about me, that means a lot to me. And that's why I like coming up and interacting with everybody.
Right on.
Nothing wrong with that, Josh. If it
Nope.
wasn't for
No.
this it wasn't for this community, Josh, I wouldn't speak to any human for weeks at a time.
Yep.
I mean, if I didn't like doing something, I wouldn't do it. This is my favorite part of the day. Coming home after a nice long day of work, even if I'm not working during the day, just coming home and relaxing and talking to all you guys.
That was just gross.
Hey, Pat, hey, Ray, you got to tell Milo that Prepping 101 was impressed with him. He talked about him on his show for several minutes, said he went and watched all of his videos. I heard him on another show say that Milo's probably what I'm going to be like when I get old. You got to let Milo know that 101 is like enamored with him. I thought it was funny.
What do they call that nowadays? Man crush?
A bromance.
Carl.
Yeah, there it is.
Carl, you need to notice Ridge Runner.
Now, what's he talking about? Yeah, nah. Old goat. This old goat got on a mountain bike today and went 7, 8 miles. Kicked some ass too. It was fun.
Cool.
my knee feels it. I can't lie about that, but I'm sitting here debating whether it was worth what I'm feeling now.
Yes, it was. That'll go away. I know to get on my mother's, that back seat is so high up that I have to like put my leg weird, just go straight over the seat, and it's it pulls something, but I don't care. It's fun, and didn't it feel like so free, just blowing in the wind like that? It's the best
Yeah, well, a
feeling.
little
A
different
horse.
on when you got to pedal it, Bonnie. It's a little different when you got a motor.
Oh, I thought you meant. I thought you said a mini bike or a
No, I said a
motorbike.
mountain
When
bike. I got up to this one
mountain
hill, and I guess I'm more like probably a jackass because I'm so stubborn. But this hill, I'm thinking about halfway up there, I'm feeling my legs. I'm going, I ain't gonna walk this thing. I am going to make it. So I just concentrated and I made it all the way to the top of that thing without stopping. And then I just glided back down the other side, and rested.
there you
But I
go.
remember when
Remember
I
the
was
little
young,
train?
that was no issue. There was no issue there at all when I was young.
Hey, Ridge Runner.
Well, we're a little older now, but remember the train? I think I can. I think I can. I think I can.
That
Yeah, I
was
didn't think of that.
that was the little empty quid. I remember that book. My,
Yes.
my mom used to read me that book, along with Goodnight Moon and all of that. Mommy,
It
good
needs to
memory.
say, I know I can. When you put that in your mind, that positive energy making your brain say, I know I can do this.
Mm-hmm.
It
I
really does work.
videotaped a
It's
little bit of it when I was flying down the sidewalk that goes down the hill and over a bridge and stuff. I videotaped that, but it's so bouncy. It's hard to hold a camera and ride a bike flying.
If you
Excuse
were
me.
wearing it on a headpiece or in your pocket or something, it probably looked like you was having a seizure or something.
It kind of, yeah, it is a seizure video. Hold on, I'll see if I can send that seizure video to you.
My
That's
mom
the
used
one
to
I
read.
posted
My
of
mom used
the
to read to
hill
me
country.
every night before I fall asleep.
That's good, Josh. That's important for kids. But that video I did of the hill country when I was in the car and it was bouncing all around, and I'm like trying to hold the camera still. And I said, I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I'm like, okay, Texas roads aren't real great.
There, I just sent you. What do they call that? I just sent you an epileptic seizure video. You ever
Send
notice
you.
though, when you send a video, sometimes it takes like 10 minutes for it to actually send to the person?
We got somebody sitting out there that watches them first.
Yes.
My great nephew keeps having seizures. They can't figure out why.
Hello, Diggs. Good to see you.
What's up, Diggs?
Yeah, I lay in bed and think about every one of you guys at night when there's no one on.
You're much appreciated, Josh. And love. Time for a song. Chuck's muted. No.
Vicky's getting on me because I don't interact with the people in chat too much. I'm like, well, am I supposed to cut everybody off when they're talking, or?
That's usually what somebody does, though. That's usually what you got to do.
Yeah, Ray, your headset almost looked like you had a man bun sticking out in the back at first. And I'm like, what did you do?
Hey, I got kicked off my Facebook for that.
You're muted too. Still muted. I don't know what's wrong. You're not muted. We just can't hear you.
I had that same problem when I came up. I couldn't figure out how to get myself yapping.
I was talking to Bonnie earlier, kicking me out saying my things ain't working.
I have noticed that if you have more than 4 people on a panel, people who come up to the panel often have to jump down and come back to get their audio right. It's really not your stuff. It's the platform. When a panel gets more than 4 people, it may be them messing with your audio.
Yeah, it might be that or their bandwidth or something. They're cutting back on bandwidth so they can make more profit.
I heard somebody else say just that. I mean, I'm no tech expert. I don't know much about this stuff, but I have noticed that 4 or 5 people on a panel, you start getting more people start having that issue and others.
No, well, in this case, it was my issue. It's my PC. I know that for a fact. Hello, Chuck, Camo, Josh, and Bonnie.
Hey,
Ray, that microphone sounds clear.
My phone must have updated because earlier my Galaxy didn't have a back button. You know how you have at the bottom a back button on the screen to back out of something? It was gone. So I had to look up how to put the back button back.
But to address what Camo said, I know Milo is a wonderful person. He is salt of the earth. He's the only other person. There's one other person, but he's the only other person that I would ever trust my life with. But I did pass on the word to him, what you said.
Cool. I just don't see 101 go that starry-eyed very often.
Yeah, Ray, tell him from Chuck. Tell him I say pretty fly for a white guy.
Oh, so you guys can see what I'm doing. Making a cigarette.
No. Oh.
Yeah, I rolled Vicky's up to take to work. We should have ordered more stuff. This was I put mine in earlier.
Oh, I got these cigarette cases, but right now I'm just rolling them individually. And I took Chuck's advice.
Play that song, Chuck. Smoke, smoke.
Tar Trap.
You know that song. It's from the 30s. Smoke, smoke, smoke. You know that song?
Maybe if I heard it.
From the 30s. Hell, that was before I was a glimmer in my daddy's eye.
It goes, tell St. Peter at the Golden Gate, you just hate to make him wait, but you just got to have another cigarette. Smoke, smoke, smoke that.
My mom used to say, the same exact thing. The same exact
It has to be a cover. Don't listen to Carl. It has to be a cover.
This one's from the 1930s. I can't. It's kind of impressive to know that algorithm has so many millions of songs that it can detect.
Now,
I think there's
Camo, you said that song was from the 30s, right?
I think so. It's old, at least the 40s.
Okay. If it was from the 30s, I wasn't even a glimmer in my grandpappy's eyes.
Oh well, you're young.
Well, I'm not old, but I'm not young either.
I just won't admit to being old. See, that's the trick.
But no, Chuck, those are the tar traps that you were talking. I think you was talking about these.
Yeah, I was saying something about some because a lot of these cigarettes they barely have any filter in them. Is yours? How far does your tubes, the filter, go down in it? Some of them only a quarter of the way or half the way. They're cutting corners, cutting the filters
About
off.
a quarter, but you can see that's only 2 cigarettes worth of tar.
What if it's the filters that are killing us?
Well,
They
the
used to
cigarette
say
ain't
that-
helping much
No.
either.
I'm
I'll be honest about that.
I'm about out of that Just Tobacco. I should have went and put money on a card and ordered some today.
I thought you did order some.
We went through them 2 pounds already.
That's the thing about it for me is if I roll it all, I'll smoke it all fast. If I roll as I go, it'll last a lot longer.
Yeah, I rolled 4 or 5 at a time, but like for her, she left early. We were going to work, and I rolled her a pack's worth. Then I rolled me up, I don't know, half a pack maybe. Let's see, I got 1 lit and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I rolled about 3 a pack.
Me, I don't smoke at all because it's not good for my eyes.
I think that song was by Tex. What was his last name? Tex?
Tex Ritter?
Bonnie, you should know. No, but that was.
Tex Ritter was a singer back in the day, and that's Jack Ritter's dad. But
right, it might be Tex Ritter, but I thought it was another guy for some reason.
Big Tex. No, that's it. Never mind. It's a trucking. Tex.
I couldn't hear you, Bonnie. You were garbling.
Yeah, because I'm thinking out loud. Sorry.
She does that.
yeah, Bonnie, you can go on online to Tractor Supply. Anybody out there looking for what Ridge Runner and Bonnie are talking about, you can order it through there from them, and it comes from a warehouse instead of a store.
Okay, what is it?
Oh, okay.
Ivor.
What's Ivor?
Oh, don't try to. It's like he's baiting us into saying the word.
No.
The horse paste.
Now put it together.
Oh, that. Oh, oh, good Lord. It's been a long day. I'm sorry.
No problem.
You know, sometimes I have my own
It
block.
has.
I got my hearing aids back today.
Echo, the name of the
Gotcha.
song I know was Smoke, Smoke, Smoke.
Josh, that better not be a beer
your
because I don't see you bringing enough for everybody.
No, I don't drink beer. It's pop.
Oh, don't tell me that's Mountain Dew.
Nope.
Okay, good. We wouldn't be able to be friends with Mountain Dew.
That
Canadian Dry? Yeah, Canada Dry.
That sounds good.
You know, it's
that sounds nasty. Hoover stew, hot dog stew.
Yeah, that's Hoover stew.
I only get drunk maybe twice a year. Once for New Year's, and the other time I got drunk for my 10-year anniversary, and that was it.
See, I like Canada Dry, also ginger ale, but both of them have to have grenadine in it. That's really good stuff.
The one time I got drunk, my aunt wanted to know what happened to me because I started talking so fast that she couldn't understand a word I was saying. That's how I knew I was drunk. Me and the wife went out at the time, and it was our 10 years being together as girlfriend and boyfriend. And we went out to Applebee's and she ordered a glass of strawberry champagne. And she goes to take a sip of it, take one sip of it, gives the rest to me, and I don't even take one sip of it. I just took the whole glass and I chugged the whole thing. She looked at me and she said, "You're not supposed to drink it, you're supposed to sip it."
Merle Travis and Tex Williams.
Thank you, Echo. Tex Williams. That sounds right. Probably did a couple versions of it because that was a real hit back in the day. My mom had a very extensive record collection, 78 speed. There were lead records. Well, they were like lead. They were so fragile that where if you just slapped them, they'd shatter. But they were super thick and real heavy.
I remember them. I think I got some of them around here with my mom's or grandma's or something.
I remember King of the Hill being played a lot in our house.
Damn it, Bobby.
Taylor for sale. Room still at 50 cents. I think I'm losing my voice.
You did that Hank Hill awfully well there, Chuck. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to remember his name. My kids used to call me him when they were growing up, Red Foreman. Because my answer to everything when they do something is like, yeah, see how you do it, my foot in your ass. And then that started coming on that 70s show, and he said the same shit, and they laughed about it.
That seemed to be like the saying for parents because
Yeah,
I remember my mom saying it.
Yeah, my dad did too.
Flat and Scruggs. That's because you're a baby Tennessee Redcorn. Cute.
Carl, did you jump away?
Yep, Roger Miller.
You there, Carl? Mort calling a horse and
It's King of the Road, not the hill.
yeah, King of
So
the Road.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
No, what'd you say, Carl?
I don't stop, but my phone is flipping out. Remember I told you if you held it near a crescent or an LED light that the panel will be flipping and changing colors and everybody's picture will blip out and stuff? It's doing that right now with nothing else running.
I've never had that problem with my phones.
They might have 5G cranked up by you or some of these smart meters going.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but it's getting worse, man. They keep doing it. I wouldn't even have my phone in my hand when that did that.
Wow. I remember you showing us that. It was like a light show or something.
Yeah, it interferes. If you're on a phone, on a panel, and you hold your phone near a fluorescent or an LED light, it'll start wigging right out on you. And people not like you, if I was talking while I was doing it, you guys would be hearing all kinds of weird noises and stuff.
How do y'all like Chuck's background? Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, Bonnie liked that better than the other. That one, and I looked
We
at
need that.
what was the other one? Where's it at?
We need that message right now.
You also had this one. than that one. This one's too washed out. Looks like a sheet.
I got some good news, but I want to wait till Bonnie and Dorinda get back on the show before I announce what I want to announce.
You're the one that won that lotto?
What's that?
You're the one that won the lotto?
No.
That would be cool.
Well, I guess I'd have to play it to win it, and I never play it, so I don't have any chance of winning it.
Yeah, you never know. Everybody hated this when I put it on there.
Not everybody.
Probably
No,
the people that are a little.
This is good mood music.
I used to love that song.
You remember that commercial?
Florida.
Whereas the kid's supposed to be practicing his piano, and he turns on the Memorex tape recorder and records himself, so he can push play and run out the window to play or whatever.
Yeah.
It was the real. Is it real or Memorex?
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember those.
You remember the ad in the magazines where the guy's sitting in front of the speaker and his hair's blowing back and his scarf is blowing back and his drink is tipping over from the power of the sound?
A commercial where it's doing it when they crank it up and he reaches over and catches the glass before it hits the floor.
Yeah. Troll Train.
Do you remember the chunky kid with red hair that did the Big Red commercials?
Not offhand anymore.
Big Red chewing gum?
No, Big Red soda water. Was it Mikey? I don't know, but
he likes everything.
And he did the Big Red commercials. He went to my high school.
We don't get Big Red up here unless you go to a certain place, country and western or something.
I remember the old joke about what do you get your grandmother for Christmas? You get her Mikey because he eats everything.
That was bad.
I know, but that's from the 70s or 80s.
My cousin in Alaska can't get Big Red either, and so we all take turns shipping it to her.
Damn, they don't have it up there because that's part of Wrigley's, ain't it?
Carl said they don't have it up there either.
Do you guys remember there was a pop in the 70s? You know, everything was glass bottles, but it was called Tahiti Treat. It was a red pop.
What?
Tahiti Treat.
Yeah, I remember it was kind of like wine, but it had fizz.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't seen that one in years and years.
We were somewhere the other day, my son found and bought a 2-liter bottle of it, and I can't remember where we were at. Told him better make sure it's not old and been sitting there for 20 years.
If it had, I probably would buy it anyways.
No notification.
We had,
I didn't get a notification.
we had some different pops than you guys had down there. You know, there was a lot of different soda companies, and one of them when I was a kid was called Town Club, and I don't know even if it still exists. But with Town Club pop, you'd save your bottles, put them all back in the wooden crate, and go to the store that sold them. Return your bottles and pick your own flavors and make up your own case. So you could have one of every, and they had 50 freaking flavors or something, and you could make up your own 24 bottle case, and it was cheap. It was something like $3.80 to do that back then.
Yeah, I remember being a kid hitting hunting ditches when I lived up in Ohio. Coke bottles. Then we really thought we were high cotton. We found a buggy in the woods, so we're pushing a buggy around, and that kept us having to carry bags and turn around and go back.
That you just remind me of something that I found when I was like 6 years old. We had a bunch of swamps on the property and a lot of property, and
Hey, Dave.
we had a dry year, and part of the swamp dried up, and we had a 2-track that kind of always looked like it went right down into the swamp, you know. And I went down that, found where it dried up, and found a wagon that had been underwater for all my life, you know, and probably years before. It was an 1800s wagon stuck in that swamp. The only thing really that was identifiable was like the wheels and an outlook of the frame. It was pretty rotted, but it was cool to find. Wagon wheel right away, you'll have a big metal loop and an axle core left. It'll all be left.
My nutritionist told me how to make your own sodas. You know I don't know if I'm saying it right, Topo Chico water that you
Yeah, I
can
wouldn't
buy.
know.
It comes like 6-pack, and you take that and you add whatever flavoring you want. And because I drink Sprites all the time, he said, "There you go. Just add lime and lemon, and of course it's not sweet. So you sweeten it with honey, or he said
What am
stevia."
I hearing? Is that Josh or is that Vicky in the background?
I don't think it's coming from me.
Yeah, Josh, it's coming from you.
I think it was Chuck. He muted.
I remember, well, because it just because it's not been that long, is I used to make my own soda when I made beer and wine. I'd buy soda flavorings, lemon, lime, cola, root beer. But hell, all it is flavoring, water, sugar, and yeast.
Hey, Eric. What's up,
What
David
was that?
N? I was saying hello to Eric and David N. Just got here. No, I don't. I tell you what, I don't miss the sodas at all. I feel a lot better without soda pop in my life. I drink a lot of orange juice, water, and coffee. Those are my gigs.
I'm trying to back off the pop, but it's not working.
I used to have some gut troubles when I drank a lot of pop. I'd have stomach issues. I haven't had them at all since I quit it.
Maybe I'm not trying
Well,
hard enough.
I went on a camping trip. I was probably about 13 with some friends of mine, and all they were giving us to drink was Big Reds. And so I had like 6 Big Reds in one day. I had the worst headache. We were at don't laugh, we were at a square dance. And I went in the restroom and I just laid down on the floor holding my head. I thought I was going to die. It was horrible.
I don't
You
think I want to go.
dehydrated yourself.
I'm not
You
mucking them up.
dehydrated yourself. Every time I start to talk, Josh starts to talk. You dehydrated yourself.
I don't drink any milk at all.
Is that what?
Pop
what it
and
is?
even coffee dehydrates people. They think they're drinking something and it's helping them, and it's actually makes dehydration worse. So you got to have water with it. If you're going to drink a lot of something like that, you got to have water with it. As much water as you're drinking coffee.
But if you're blocked up, drink coffee as hot as you can. Drink a big glass of it. It's supposed to help clear you out.
You did Wyatt that day.
Yeah.
I think parts of me wouldn't operate without coffee, Chuck.
Yeah.
My wife drinks a cup of coffee in the morning when she gets up, and I can't stand it. Because I'm the one that has to make it. I'm the one that has to do it every Sunday for church. Every Sunday I have to make her a cup of coffee. And I hate it.
I love the smell of coffee. Somebody puts on a pot of coffee in the mornings. Love that smell, but I can't drink it. I'll be climbing the walls.
Same here. I don't like the smell of it, and I can't drink it.
I like my spoon to stand up in the middle. You know,
Oh
it's
my
just
goodness.
pretty. I like pretty strong coffee.
Like Chuck's tea oil.
Yeah, you generally can't see through my tea. It looks like I'm drinking a glass of coffee.
Well, you know, unlike I use instant coffee most of the time out of convenience. But if it says, you know, add a spoon per cup, you know how they say that on the little jars of coffee? Well,
yeah,
that don't work for me. I use the lid, and I fill the lid twice, dump it in the cup.
So your coffee's chewy.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's thick. You know, I like it like syrup.
What do you put in it? Nothing, just straight coffee?
Honey. Sometimes I put milk in if I got milk in, but usually black.
I had a buddy of mine, the only way he worked on a farm too long. He used fresh milk with the buttercream and all still in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He
I've even used goat milk. Had access to goat milk for a long time, so I used that. But, you know, it's just those are conveniences. The coffee is what's important. There's a priority thing there, you know.
Maybe that's your stomach issues.
Yeah,
well, my stomach, I don't have stomach issues now. I said I did when I drank pop.
No. I don't see how that coffee doesn't. That thick. Ugh.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know. You get used to it. Actually, it's like probably addiction of some sort. You know, because like he said, in the mornings, I got to have coffee in the morning. If I don't have coffee in the morning, the day is all about a quest for coffee.
Yeah, I'm over here looking up Dairy Queen stuff to order something. I want a taco. Now I kept looking at the David talking about tacos, and I looked up no taco, no Tuesday, and I'm like, yeah, I need a taco. They got that awesome chicken fried steak sandwich though too.
I love the dude. I love the dude. I like their tacos too. We put their hot sauce because they have those little, I don't know what kind it is. It's got a whole different taste than any other kind of hot sauce. And then we use paste on top of that.
I like hot sauce. I did that. I did a hot sauce session yesterday with a bowl of chili. I like it to sweat. It's good for you.
Yes.
Is that your full?
It'll make you sweat coming out too.
Yeah, I don't have that issue usually, but back in the day, if I wanted to clean my system out, all I had to do was go to Taco Bell. Whoosh! It was like a guarantee. The next day, I just had to stay close to a bathroom.
I have heard other people say that, and I've never had any issues with that.
Well, that stuff goes through me. Ugh. That's junk food. That ain't real
Fancy.
food at all. I can tell by the way my body reacts to it. That's ain't good. It, like I said, I use it for, and I haven't done that in years either. It's just cleaning out the system.
You want good food? Go to. Oh God, where did I go to eat today? I went out to eat somewhere and I can't remember where I went.
Hey, NC.
I went out to Chick-fil-A today. That's good food.
But
Chick-fil-A.
yeah, yeah, my girls like to go there. Chuck's on the phone ordering food. Horseradish. No.
I got a $25 gift card for Cracker Barrel.
You can gain weight just by listening to one of these streams sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Bitch runner. You know how grandmothers give you advice?
Well, no, because I never had a grandma.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I mean, you don't have one, you don't know what you're missing, right?
My grandma's dead. My grandma's been dead since 2008.
They both of mine perished before I was born. One of them in a mudslide in California, about 10 years before I was born.
Dang.
But I've seen other people get spoiled to death by their grandmothers. Grandmothers seem like a gift from God. Actually, if you look at it from my point of view, the grandmothers I always knew, they always had candy in their bowls by the door and stuff. You walk in there, you get candy every freaking time. They had their own sets of toys and stuff at their grandma's house. They could be at their house and have all their stuff they usually share with their brothers and stuff. Go to grandma's house, and now they all have their individual toys that they're, they got to keep it at grandma's house. But, I've seen some grandmothers spoil the snot out of my friends growing up, actually.
My grandmother loved me to death and spoiled me rotten.
Yeah. My grandmother, she was very strict and firm, but I know that she loved me to pieces. She didn't leave any doubt of that. The coolest thing she had was, you remember the old timey stoves that, I don't know if it had an oven even. You put wood in the bottom of it, and the top was those plates that you had to lift with a tool.
Probably a potbelly. Texas was known for having little potbelly stoves.
Yes,
and
she
didn't
had
need
a
a
little
lot
miniature one, and it had the cast iron little pans
little
that
plates.
went with it and everything.
Yeah,
I
had a
loved
little
that
handle.
thing. Had the little skillets, everything, and I loved it. But my cousins, one of her daughters got it, and they don't appreciate nothing. And I'm like, yeah, no telling where that is now. But yep, she always had the butterscotch candies in one dish, and then she had the swirly peppermint things in another.
Oh, wow. I knew exactly what you were going to say.
And those little square mints that were all different colors, those were only for
What
special
about those
occasions. Like
wavy hard candy things? Remember those wavy hard candies?
that was red and white striped.
They were all different color stripes, I think, at times, but red and white was a common. And they were like, they came in, I don't even know how long those things were because they were always broken when I saw them.
They weren't very long, but that's what I was talking about. She had those swirly, and the red and white was peppermint.
Quavo.
I had a step grandma. She kept a bottle of wine under the bed, and when I stayed over there, she and I shared a bed, and she would put
Sorry
that
about that,
bottle.
everybody. I was making a calling that in. $54.
Goodness.
Dairy Queen. Everybody decided they want something. Started off, I asked Vicky. I said I thought about a taco. She got steak fingers, and my youngest wanted chicken fingers, and my oldest boy wanted dude sandwich. He wanted 2 of them.
Oh, I remember
And
those
you get a
candy sticks, CNC.
Maybe that's why the parents, after I was a certain age, they'd sneak out together.
Yes.
It's a lot cheaper.
Actually, NC, I remember a whole bunch of different flavors of those candy sticks. I think they had dozens of flavors.
Yeah.
I'll leave y'all to babysit it for a minute. I'll be back.
We didn't even know you were gone, man.
I just muted and was ordering it. I went to order it online, and half the stuff they have there don't even put on the online stuff. That tells you how much I go out anywhere. So I'll be back in a minute.
I've had that dandelion wine. I got a recipe for it around here somewhere.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel and Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's has a lot of the old time candies, and Tractor Supply has. They even have those yucky, shaped like a peanut, yellowish, orangish, yuck.
Yeah, those are circus peanuts. They call them circus peanuts.
I think they're marshmallow or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that complain about those to this day.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't. I was one of those you either liked it or hated it.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I hear people say it about candy corn. Myself, it was black licorice. Never cared for anything black licorice flavored at all.
Oh my goodness, I love black licorice. My mother would get jelly beans, and we'd fight over the black ones.
Yeah, my mom was the same way. You know, she got all the black licorice flavored stuff.
Yeah.
For years and years, I have not liked licorice, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together and realize why. Because when we were kids, Twizzlers was a new thing. Twizzlers it isn't even licorice. All right, it's a corn syrup flavored candy, and some years ago, somebody got me from one of those old time candy stores a bag of real red licorice. And oh my, it's like finding an old friend from your childhood. It was nothing like any kind of licorice they sell in the stores. And it was like, now this is what I remember as a kid. This is why I liked red licorice when I, not now, because I can't get that stuff unless you order it. Old
Sticks
time
to your teeth.
red licorice.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Stuckies, Vicky. That's something me and Chuck's talked about. Those big old pecan logs at Stuckies. That was the target anytime we went near a Stuckies. And something called honeycombs. They were forget the name of the company, but they exclusively made these things called honeycombs, and they were like a small little rectangular wafer with chocolate coating. And it was kind of like a Heath bar, but way better. They just melted in your mouth, the inside of it.
I don't remember that. Never heard of that.
Sandy's. I think the name of the company was Sandy's, and they made something like that. Honeycomb wafers.
Anybody remember Cookie Roll?
What was that, Josh? Remember what?
Cookie Roll.
I can't really understand what you. Sometimes your microphone sounds so muffled, Josh. I can't hear you.
Anybody remember a candy called Cookie Roll?
Cookie Roll?
Yeah, there used to be a candy called Cookie Roll.
No, I don't remember that one. But you're a lot younger than I am. Hey, Chef Kicker,
Is he
it's
saying
good to see
Tootsie
you.
Rolls?
Oh, Tootsie Roll, or I thought you were saying Cookie Roll.
No, Barney got it right.
Tootsie Rolls. Yeah.
Yeah, I was never a big fan of those either.
Yeah.
I just watched your video, Chef. Now we know why they call you Shift Kicker. Well, no, it was probably a manual ride, wasn't it? Ooh, I liked Bit O' Honey, Tennessee. Yes, I did.
Kit Kat.
Yeah, those were good. Bit of honey.
I like the Tootsie Rolls that have the different flavors. Now those are good. And they seem to be softer.
Vanilla? Was there a vanilla one?
Yes.
I like
Yeah,
the
okay.
original.
I can do the vanilla one.
I like the original.
Yeah, they got all kinds of them. I'd rather get that than the regular old Tootsie Roll. Unless it's a Tootsie Roll Pop. And then I'll eat a sucker. I don't like the gum one.
Yeah. No.
That gum is worse than that little damn candy gum we used to get that rolled up. Whatever that was, one little piece. I remember my dad would that home, and you chew it for like 2 minutes and the flavor's gone.
Yeah.
And you're like,
what were the things?
Spit it out of your mouth.
What did they call those things that were on a roll of wax paper, and you'd unroll it at the counter for as much of you want? They were like little
dots or whatever.
Yeah, they were dots of stuff, but dots are something else as a candy. But
yeah, my son loves dots.
Yeah, what were those ones that were on the wax paper?
I can't remember. I used to love those things.
Wrapped with wax paper.
Remember,
my mom.
They didn't even individually wrap candy when we were kids. Everybody reached in that jar. Mm-hmm. It was an entirely different level of sanitary practices.
Yeah. Or the big old tubes of nothing but sugar.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And the big, huge, long Hubba Bubbas. Do you remember them like a rope?
Of
They were like
bubble gum, a
long.
rope of bubble gum.
Yeah, they were like 3 feet long, and they were
Yeah, but you could buy that right off the spool too at one point.
yeah. Oh my God! I'm surprised none of us have diabetes.
I
I was
might. I
gonna
don't know.
say, and still,
Uh,
Yeah, my
I do
dad.
have diabetes. Mm.
My dad used to bring a bag of candy home, little sandwich bags, and it'd be full of nothing but little hard candies and stuff. And he always had these ones in there that were pink, chocolate, and white. I guess you'd say vanilla, but they were coconut. Y'all know which one I'm talking about? Pink, pink, chocolate in the middle, and then white. They
Yes,
were
I know what you're talking
squares.
about. Yep.
Yeah, I used
And
to love them
they made
things.
round ones. Though they made round ones too.
See, I've never seen the round ones, but man, I love them things when I was younger.
They were like a caramel. They were like a flavored colored caramel or something.
Yeah.
well, I didn't eat as much candy as y'all did. We didn't.
Oh well, when we were kids, we could take $1. I could take $1 down to the bait shop, and the little bag that you'd put a bottle of beer or something at the store that nowadays they use to hide your liquor,
Yep.
Yeah.
and you could fill one of those bags for $1, and you'd have candy for 2 days.
Exactly, because it's a penny or 2 for a penny or
Yeah.
not no more. I went to buy a bag of M&Ms, just the little bag, of M&Ms. Almost $2. I was like, oh no.
Oh, the Pop Rocks.
Pop Rock.
Echo knows what I'm talking about. Just came up with 9 names for it.
The Charleston Chews, Big Honk, Bit of Honey.
Yeah, them bit of honeys were good. I haven't seen those in a long time either.
I
Wasn't
see
there
them all.
one called a O. Henry or something like that?
O. Henry's.
Yeah, they still got them.
Remember the
Chicken-
Marathon Bar?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I ain't heard that in years.
Yeah. And that's even when I grew up. It was like once in a blue moon, I'd get a craving for a payday or a Snickers that they'd last
Oh
me
yeah,
for
Pop
days.
Rocks, Zots.
Zots, that's them little round things.
With the fizz inside of them. The one Zots had a fizz inside of them.
Do you guys remember the gum that had the juice in the middle?
Gushers.
Yep.
Yeah, you remember what the nickname of them were?
Mine.
Oh.
My mom and dad had a fit the first time they heard us say that.
It
Oh
rhymes.
no, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Two words rhyme.
They would not let us buy any more of that gum.
I never did like any of the bubble gums or any of that. I never
Oh, I
did.
love Bubblicious.
No.
The only gum I don't remember, I think it was something like Bubblicious. Back in like the 80s, they came out with a banana one, and I haven't found it since.
You know, I remember
Speaking
mom
of
and dad,
gum.
we'd be sitting in the back seat chewing that gum. God, y'all, that stinks back there. You gotta throw that out. And you
Speaking
know,
of
as I started having my own kids and they were sitting in the back seat chewing that gum, I was like, what does that smell? That stinks.
Speaking of
Now
gum,
I
and
know
this is
how
something
it
that
smells.
Camo. This is
Sorry,
something.
Greg.
So okay, this is something Camo would never eat.
Blackjack.
Yes.
Blackjack.
I love that gum. But I like black
There was-
licorice and anything anise flavored.
What was it? Clove, blackjack, and Wrigley's spearmint.
Yeah.
There was they started remaking those. I bought some of those recently. Like in the old recipe, the old package
Ooh,
and
I've got to
everything.
finish getting ready for work, y'all.
All right, Becky. Oh yeah. Now, NC, you're making me think of those candy cigarettes. Everybody had those.
Those were a staple of every kid.
I tried them once. But those
And now
loads,
Echoes reminded me of people putting those dots on their face. Yeah, I forgot about that too.
those loads that Deb's talking about, my brother put one in the end of my mother's cigarette.
Oh, I somewhere still have a little metal tin. It's a little bigger than a quarter, like maybe a stack of it's about the size of a stack of 4 quarters. And it's cigarette loads. They're little itty bitty spikes that are literally about the size of a broken piece of pencil lead. And you would stick them in the end of the cigarette, and it would, as a joke, pow. The thing was,
Yeah.
is they were so powerful sometimes they couldn't control the load, that it's caused people to lose their eyes and stuff, because some of them were, 1 out of 20 of those things would go pow, and your cigarette would be flattened all the way to your face.
We did that once with my mom and her cigarettes, and we learned never to do that again real fast.
What happened?
Man, it was a serious little. It was like putting a lady finger in somebody's cigarette. If it didn't go off, and or like if you put it near the cigarette butt and it went off near your lips, you're gonna feel that.
Yep. But guess who got blamed for it when my brother did it? Me. And we were in a crowded building.
I was just going to say, it wasn't the explosion that got us in trouble. It was the fact that we damaged one of Mom's cigarettes while she was smoking it. Don't fuck with my mom into her cigarette.
Right. That would have been what made me mad. Especially now, the way they cost. Goodness.
Yes, and see, mine's a red and white little can too. Pretty cool little tin. Can't believe they used to sell us stuff like that.
Bonnie, did you get my email yesterday?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I sent the same email to rest of you too.
You're too sweet, Josh.
Well, Camel, these were back in times before they put caution hot contents on coffee cups.
Yeah, a lawsuit caused that. Some guy pulled away and spilled his coffee on and scalded his fucking scrotum and sued the pants off of McDonald's for that. That's what I remember in the news.
It was a woman. And there was no scrotum involved. No, it was a woman.
I could have sworn. Okay.
I could have heard wrong, but I remember it always being a woman. The original Karen.
Yeah, like in the 80s or something. It was a long time ago.
Yep.
My brother has scars on his inner forearm from holding a Roman candle because they shot out.
Roman candle wars.
It would backfire on him, but it did.
Oh, be careful, and see, that's the thing is, after all that time, the ones that I've used out of that thing, they're super powerful. It's like it got more powerful. That's something I always heard about dynamite, is if you ever find old dynamite crates, leave them be. The nitroglycerin over time seeps into the wood.
Well, the nitroglycerin, the TNT and the chemicals inside the dynamite create nitroglycerin that seeps out of the dynamite. Yeah, it can be very dangerous.
If you ever see something like C4 or something that you find and it's like crystallized on the outside, Get the heck out. Looks like crystals when it seeps out of those old explosives.
What was that they used to put on the doors and stuff, and it looked like putty?
Plastic explosive, C4. There's all different kinds.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay.
No,
I didn't
no,
know what
that
it was.
was a regular old dynamite. The old, like they didn't. This is like in the mines, and down by you would be found in old mines. Up here, you used to find it in the old gravel pits and stuff. And it's a stick, just like in the cartoons, a red or orangish colored paper stick. And
Yeah.
even that can seep into the wood of the crates, just like the old. It would be a block. It looked like 4 blocks of clay in most C4 cases. Big old 4 by 4 by 8-inch block of clay. But it's
I've
not
seen
clay.
dynamite, but I was just wondering, in movies and stuff, they always use that putty-looking stuff on doors to blow them open.
Yeah, that's a plastic explosive. Yeah.
Mm.
And there's, like I said, there's different types now. That evolved.
Yes, but unfortunately, they made it illegal for you and me to get it.
Well, yeah, or even make it. You can make it yourself. It's illegal
Well,
to do so, though.
understandable. Look at all these crazy kids. Well, not
Well,
even
all
just
right.
kids.
Here's the thing. When I was a kid, you could do a lot more and never have anybody have issue with it. The stuff I did as a kid, you could get in big trouble for it now.
But you weren't hurting anybody, were you?
No. In fact, I was really careful about it. I mean, you got to be with stuff like that,
It
But
seems like
back
nowadays,
then, they also sold M80s. When I haven't seen anybody with real M80s in a long time, which was a quarter stick of dynamite.
I mean, look at it this way, and I hate to say this, but like in the 80s with lawn darts and things and fireworks that we could have. It's just Darwinism at its best. The strong survived, the weak, well, sorry.
We had long darts in the 60s. And weren't they outlawed by the 80s?
The metal tipped ones, yes.
Yeah, I thought
Late
so.
80s.
That was an early political correctness.
The weak weed themselves out.
Exactly. Darwinism.
Yep.
even the bobcats. This boy was gonna throw one and up by his ear, and it exploded, and I think it busted his eardrum and burned his fingers. I don't know.
Well, I think that was some of the lessons that you learned from the old stuff, is if you lost a finger, you wouldn't do that again. That kind of thing.
Right? It only took once for you to learn.
Right.
We used to
Now
have
it seems-
bottle rocket wars in our cars. We'd be sitting in the trunk of it or the bed of the truck or whatever, and then a vehicle would be following us and shooting bottle rockets at each other. Had the kids.
Oh, I can totally dig it, Bonnie. I'd take tubes and I'd take a die grinder and cut the side out of a tube and then make a sliding breech cover, and I'd make little rifles that you could shoot those rockets out of.
Yeah.
So you could and get another 10, 20 feet out of them, and if you timed it just right, it would explode on impact when it hit somebody. That was fun stuff. But we all wore goggles, and we had literal wars doing that out in the gravel pits and stuff as kids. It was fun.
Yes.
Now, if our parents would have known, we'd all been,
Well, we were grown when we were doing that. Most things I did was when I was grown, because we were kept pretty watched as kids. Somebody was in sight all the time. But once I grew up, then I found out what egging was and all the fun stuff.
I got all my yayas out as a kid. Yeah, NC, a friend of mine, has a pair of his original clackers from the 70s, and those were even taken off the market because they were shattering. And, again, eye issues for kids.
Yep.
And I had a bunch of those chemistry sets because you would use up one set of chemicals in them, and then you'd have all just a bunch of beakers and stuff left. So you have to get a whole nother set to get new chemicals.
Well, that's back in the days where the chemistry sets actually had fun chemicals in them.
Yeah.
Compared to
Oh, yeah.
today's chemistry sets.
It all boiled down to what you knew.
Oh, what? My best friend would have me babysit her kids. Her kids were crazy. There was an appliance in her house, not even the TV, that they did not take apart, but they couldn't put it back together. And
yeah, just to see how it worked.
One day I went over there and they had gotten all the chemicals in the house and started mixing them together, and it was like a smoke bomb when I opened the door. That poor...
See, now that's why we have safety labels in the world.
Yes.
I mean, because it's like a microwave. Folks, never take apart a microwave without knowing exactly what you're doing. It will kill you in more than one way. There's things that you just don't mess with besides electricity.
Yeah, it'll enlighten you in many ways.
What was that, Chuck?
It'll enlighten you in many ways.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, I only had one pyro that he just wanted to start fires all the time. From the time he was 15 months old on, then became a fire.
A lot of boys go through that. A lot of boys go through that.
It's crazy. At least he never hurt anybody or burnt any buildings down.
Fire.
And you don't have to you don't ever have to feed the fire or get firewood because they'll do it all for you. All you gotta do is start a fire and they'll be on it. They'll do it all night long.
I'll be right back.
I'll be back.
Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper. Damn, I bit my fucking tongue doing that.
Well, you won't do that again, will you? So did you weigh your food? Paying that much, man, I'd want a scale.
Yeah, it was 2 big fucking grocery bags if you went to the store.
Shoot, I could have bought a week's worth of groceries for that much.
Man, I do. I haven't got. I got a lot of shit for not wanting to go to restaurants or to eat fast food. I got a lot of shit over the years for not participating in that, and I don't feel bad. I'm gonna stick to my guns. I mean, I'm old and I'm still kicking, and I don't have problems that a lot of people do, and I suspect it's from not eating that stuff. I don't even trust them. I worked at too many restaurants to where I've seen the way the world is today. I don't trust them at all. I can't help it.
Yeah, I usually don't eat out like that either.
Somebody left. He lost Ray.
He'll be back.
Yeah, shoot, every 2 weeks we spend over $300 in groceries.
Yeah, everything that I bought for myself has doubled in price in the last 2 years. I wonder why.
Yeah. We buy a lot
At
of
least.
meat, and And just vegetables to go with it.
I'm lucky to have a connection to where actually my burger stays at $5 a pound because it's a local. And then, venison burgers. But I don't even like the commercial burgers.
What I've been wanting, big thing of fried potatoes and onions and some beans and with some kind of smoked ham or meat or something in it, and maybe some cornbread.
Oh my God. That sounds so good.
I thought you wanted tacos.
That's
why
tonight.
That's why I got this tonight. As soon as David talked about tacos, I was like, okay.
The power of suggestion.
Yeah, David was homemade. I don't have a hoe here to make me none, so.
Oh.
He does, but she works all the time.
No, I thought that was his job.
Right? Actually, since we've been married, it's basically he's done all the cooking. Except for when the kids were growing up, I did all the cooking. But he cooks a hell of a lot better than I do, so let him go.
Yeah.
Good thing about cooking, you get what you want.
That's what I'm talking about. I get exactly how I'll make my own sandwich.
Yeah, my mom, I'm like my mom, I always taste test. By the time dinner's done, I don't want to eat.
Yeah, that's another thing about being a cook. That's real, Vicky, because I've cooked at a lot of places, and you really lose your appetite working as a cook.
Yep.
Yeah. I worked at Brookshire's, and it's a grocery store down here. And Bonnie, you probably know it as Brookshire Brothers.
Yes.
Now their fried chicken is awesome. I don't care what anybody says, it's better than Popeyes and Kentucky Fried. But that's one thing I never got sick of when I was working there was their fried chicken. We'd have guys come in and do seasoning tests. You know, like the seasoning, and we have all the guys. And nothing went wrong with any of them.
Oh. Yeah, Chuck was talking about those potatoes and onions earlier, and I was like, oh.
What?
Chuck was talking about those potatoes and onions earlier. And
That does sound red beans and rice. Well, red beans with fried potatoes, cornbread.
I'd say that's in your near future there, Vicky.
I do too. My kids call it cake instead of cornbread because when I make it sweet. Like, Mom, you make your cake?
Add a little sugar to it and then put the syrup on top.
Oh.
You ought to try it. It's awesome.
Oh, and then slap a bunch of butter on it.
Tastes like a sweet hush puppy.
I sound like what's your name? Use a little bit of it.
Yeah. Got to melt your butter to dip your butter in.
Yep. What was her
I
name?
forgot to tell you guys what happened for Halloween. I was on, I don't remember whose panel I was on, but I didn't go to sleep until like 2 o'clock in the morning. I woke up just in time for me to catch my ride and go to work. I almost didn't make it to work that day.
Uh-oh.
Just made it.
I don't know where mine is over here.
Yep, sometimes we pay for partying all night long.
Yeah, I paid for my dues back in the day.
Okay, I'm here. I need to cut it again. I don't know how the hell it goes so fast.
All right, love you. Have a good night.
Bye, y'all. Have a good night.
You only got one.
Bye, Maggie. Be careful.
Wow.
I don't know. Eat hush puppies.
Yeah, then she's over hollering, "Bye, I love you," and they don't say nothing. Then about 10 minutes from now, where's Mom? She didn't say nothing.
So you bit your tongue being mean to me, Chuck?
Huh?
You bit your tongue being mean to me?
My tongue being mean. I wasn't being mean, I don't think, was I?
No, you weren't being mean.
Oh,
You were just
I'll be back. I bit my tongue, yeah. And my lip.
I was in the kitchen and heard that. I was like,
You know who used to have awesome cheap tacos? Burger King and Jack in the Box.
I remember Jack in the Boxes.
I don't remember Burger King having tacos. Huh.
I don't either.
It was Texas that only had them. It wasn't all of them either.
No.
I remember in the 90s, Jack in the Box had them. They were like $2 for $1.
Yeah.
We were at the house. We had a bunch of company over and a bonfire playing cards or whatever, drinking. Somebody go up there and $2 for $1 and then go buy $20 worth. Then people at Jack in the Box would get so pissed off. Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
I think I know what the dogs are barking at.
What?
I don't know what it is. There's something black in the backyard.
Something black. Wyatt said he's seen a rabbit back there. So. Well, I'll go back there and look in a bit. And I'll get it if it's something bad.
Yeehaw! Take a video with you.
Yep.
I love you, baby.
All right, love you too.
Bye.
Take us on the hunt.
Yeah, something black out in the backyard.
But is it bigger than a bread box?
Says pretty good size. I said a rabbit, and then she said, "Ain't no damn rabbit that big."
Let's go hunting. Turn the camera on.
Yeah, hook up, go live with the phone in my pocket.
We're all here.
Yeah.
Like,
we'll protect you, Chuck.
Like, shh, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbit.
That's when I used to do the lives out on the deck, and that behind me is like pitch black. And I'd be like, I hope y'all tell me if something starts coming up behind me.
Where did I hear that? Elmer Fudd singing Bruce Springsteen.
What?
I heard somebody once. They did it where it sounded just like Elmer Fudd. He was singing like a Bruce Springsteen song. I think it was "I'm driving in my car."
You know, I heard that, and then that song "Kill the Wabbit."
Oh, yeah, that one. That's
I want to say it was radio stations in the '90s. They played that all over the place. When you're talking about,
yeah. It was way back. It was way back a couple years ago. It's, people like us, when you say the '90s, you think it's like 10 years ago.
yeah,
What,
seems like it, don't it?
Sometimes it does.
what else is supposed to be in that taco? Oh, tomatoes.
I remember liking fast food when I was younger, but I still remember thinking it didn't taste as good the last time that I did try it. It was better back in the day. Probably better food, better ingredients.
Yeah. Cheese has changed for sure. I can tell by cooking it.
I got it where if it doesn't say made with real cheese, and on the back, if the ingredients aren't right on cheese, I don't buy it.
Yep.
Some of it reminds me of plastic. You got to get it to a certain temperature to get it to even melt.
Yes. I get so mad at my daughter. She gets those cheese and shells, boxes of that for me to cook for my granddaughter. I hate giving her this junk.
You know what you do with that? If that's all you got, instead of boiling it all in the water, boil it halfway to where, let's say it calls for 8 minutes of boiling. Boil it 4 minutes. Take it out just when the shells are starting to get white on the edges. You know what I'm talking about, Bonnie?
Yeah.
And then take all the water out, drain all the water out, add milk almost to the halfway of those noodles, and finish boiling them in the milk. Keep stirring it, get it good and hot. It'll soak the milk into those noodles. Then you add a little bit of extra milk to that cheese when you mix it in. It'll make an entirely different dish. If you just use the plain cheese packet in those and all that, you can improve that stuff just by the way you cook it.
Yeah, but that liquid cheese, I just don't know.
Yes, you got to add something to that. That stuff's pretty. I mean, kids seem to love it. But
I know.
and when I was young, I didn't mind Velveeta cheese, but that stuff is gross now. It might be an age thing. There may be with some things, it might be as you age, you lose your taste for it.
Yeah. Well, it depends. I mean, I only use it in cooking certain things.
The best cheese that I ever had, and I would buy it still to this day. If somebody had it, I would give them cash for it. Because I used to trade, goods, or I'd buy it right off of people, whoever had them. Well, I don't even think it was called a food stamps back then, but it was government cheese, and it was a massive block, kind of like in the shape of Velveeta, but 3 times larger. And it was harder cheese.
The best mac and cheese and the best grilled cheese.
Yep. Yeah, it was government issued cheese blocks. They were massive. They had to have been at least like 5 pounds or something. And yeah, that was good stuff. But they probably changed that too, Chuck. That's probably not even the same stuff anymore.
I don't think they even give that anymore. Somebody used to give me theirs, and so I'd sit there shred that whole block of cheese because I didn't want it to go bad. So I didn't use it that often, and I'd freeze like baggies of it.
That was good stuff.
My dad, I remember he used to get it from the VFW or something they handed out. there, bring it there, give it to them. The guy would, and he'd get it home and he'd cut it in half and then cut it in half again and do them basically like you did. He'd freeze, wrap them in wax paper, then cellophane, and foil, and freeze it.
And even if when you froze it, it did get a little more crumbly when you thawed it out, but it was still meltable. You could still cook with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's why I used the wax paper. It did something to me. I couldn't even tell, but that's back too. Back then, I thought Velveeta was a cheese when I was a kid.
No, yeah, no. It might have been. It may have been real cheese when we were kids, because like I said, it was different back then.
Velveeta and Rotel. I used to eat that stuff till I'd be sick.
Well, I still know.
Now, and she'll brown up 2 or 3 pounds of hamburger and put in it.
I still know people that'll take giant, thick slabs of Velveeta, put it on white bread, add Miracle Whip to it, and then eat it just like that, cold.
Oh man!
You know what it tastes like to me like that when it's cold? It's like you're eating a big old piece of fried chicken fat that got cold.
I can't even eat a Velveeta, anything. I don't like it. I've just got really picky in my old age. That's what's happened. That's got to be it. I can relate with that old guy when I was a kid that used to scream, "Get off my yard!" I can relate with that now.
Well, I figure if we made it here, we have the right to be picky and grumpy. I think I was talking to Anna about that the other night, that you hit a certain age and you get to where you just, that little thing that Chuck keeps showing, the pucket.
That's actually a good saying. It just reminded me of don't complain about getting old. A lot of people don't get to.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh
we
man,
had cheese.
my give a shit's gone.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, you say my give a shit's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he probably would still help somebody.
He
Just
would.
like you and your I don't care. Oh, next thing you know, you're caring. After you get to know you long enough, Chuck, the outside rough appearance, doesn't work anymore. You're not. You don't look like much of a hard ass once you get to know you.
I stay pretty calm. One of the guys that comes over here on Monday, I just found out. My son-in-law told me the other day, I was over gaming at his house, and we were all hanging out talking, and my son called and he pissed me off saying some stupid ass shit. I was like, damn it, boy, shut the fuck up. And he said something else to me. I said, you know what? You ain't worth shooting in the fucking head. And he couldn't believe I said that about my son. He was afraid. He's like, Jason, is he really hostile with a gun and all that? I'm like, this guy was in the Navy. I guess because I exploded because he just kept talking shit and pissed me off. And it's like,
well, Chuck, when it comes to something that harsh, the world is fucking nuts. All right. Yep. So, not like it doesn't happen.
Literal. Right.
Damn, here soon we'll be the only ones in this show. Everybody ran somewhere. We're at 7 people.
Cool, man. Actually, it's quality over quantity at all times.
Yep.
Must be time to watch pumps bump into each other.
Either that or the world's ending and we're the only ones that don't know it.
Maybe. Bonnie's Indian buddy who tried to get on his show the other day. He was just live.
Who?
So Anna's going to wear skin-colored yoga pants to Walmart. I know I seen Craig went live a little while ago, Chuck. That might be where some of them went. Either that or it was a short video or something, but I think it said live. He usually only stays on an hour. I don't know why. It's like he's timing himself.
I'm not subbed to a whole lot of people on here, so I don't see Shane. I see Rescue. I see Remote if I'm on.
You might see more being subbed to less, Chuck, in reality, because I'm subbed to hundreds of people. And I think if you hit that bell too often, they don't show you happy. You know, you got to be selective.
Yep.
I don't like the way they make choices for me. I watch one video on how to, paint a trailer hitch, and the next thing you know, I got 20 videos of trailer hitch painting on my feed, and they're not showing me what I want to see.
Yeah. When Chuck went live, he sent it to me, and I had to dig for it every time, and I'm here every time, so I don't know why that is.
I've had to deal with that for months and months, Bonnie. I've seen the same thing where I've got where I had my computer on and on my phone. I'm watching the show on the computer. I go to get on the panel with my phone, and it won't show it to me in my subscriptions as live. It won't show me on the feed as a live. It won't show me the live as I search for it by name in the search bar. Yes. And after you have to search for it a few times, all of a sudden it'll be like down way low on your feed. Like they were, okay, we'll put it here, but we're not going to make it easy for you.
Yeah.
I don't get emails when Chuck goes live. I get emails when Bonnie goes live. I get emails when Lefty goes live. I get emails for everybody else when they go live, but I don't get emails for when Chuck goes live, and I'm signed up for all his notifications.
Well, we need to write to YouTube and ask them what's up.
It wouldn't do any good. Matter of fact, it'd probably just direct attention at you, and you'd get twice as much flack as you ever have.
True.
I should have slept for 6 hours.
Every time someone goes live, it goes directly into my email.
Hey, Country 101.
Should have stuck with that 6 o'clock time that I was coming on, because I had a lot of people used to coming on there. I'd get 50 to 150 people in there then.
Yeah.
Oh, you will again. There'll be off nights, and then there'll be nights where you all of a sudden have 500 people, and you won't know why.
Yep.
I kind of squeezed that time in and got people coming in because they had a choice of Liberty or nothing, and I went in there, so I guess I attracted that crowd. I was sharing with somebody, but that didn't happen.
It's really weird because Lisa said she signed up for my channel, and she doesn't even get notifications for when I go live.
Hey, Josh, do me a favor. Yeah. Try to move closer to the microphone and talk to us closer to the mic.
Hey, Country Homesteading.
Oh.
See, if you can get a little closer to that.
Is that better?
Do you have your laptop or something going as you're talking? Can you mute the device or something? Because there's got to be some way to improve you always sound muffled.
Yeah, because you talk, you're way off, and it like you got something behind you
Volume
going.
doesn't change on this frickin' phone.
I'm gonna try something. Hold on a minute.
I can hear you, Echo, Anna.
He should sound better than the rest of us with a get
Oops,
up
I was
like that.
talking to my roommate. Sorry.
Hey,
Sound
Echo.
Hi.
Sound like his mic's 10 feet away from him.
I know, and I have to keep asking him to repeat himself because I can't hear what he's saying half the time.
Yeah.
He makes Bonnie sound crystal clear.
Does that mean I usually don't?
Bonnie,
You
when you
usually
started off,
sound like you're a couple feet back away from the mic or something.
Oh, I
you
am.
got better at it, Bonnie, but back in the day, you sounded like a mouse.
Was that when I was on the deck?
Probably. Well, that I remember wind issues back then too.
Yes, and I was kind of far away from my computer too. Now I have to put it on my lap because everybody kept saying they couldn't hear me, and
Yeah, there is an improvement. I remember it used to be worse. I was just picking on you.
Is that better?
I wasn't.
Keep talking.
I
I
wasn't
think
worried
that
about
is
it.
better.
I just looked and they were like gone. Earlier we had.
Keep talking, Josh. I think that was better.
Go ahead.
I got you connected to my hearing aid, so that should be better.
Yeah,
It is better.
Your audio sounds no different now than it did earlier. Well, it might be a little louder, but it was weird. You got your microphone on your headset and it's not working or something.
Yeah, I got it connected to my hearing aid now.
yeah, it didn't sound like he's in a tunnel so much.
Yeah, I think it is better, but I'll have to hear him talk more before I know for sure. Recite the Pledge of Allegiance for us, Josh. Do something so we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know what to do. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, brother. That sounds better.
Whoop. Yeah, I cranked your volume up too on the mic settings. We'll see if it stayed.
Hey, you guys might want to check out Redacted on YouTube. They had an article tonight that they did, or a piece that they did about, oh, how do I do this without getting us in trouble? The way that certain agencies and other entities go in the back way to get into things like YouTube and other social platforms.
Yeah.
And they're capable of deleting comments and total pages and posts and everything.
Wow.
So it's not just the platform that we're on that's doing it. And the
No,
guy
it's a
that
whole
discovered
network.
it, the tech guy that discovered it and put an article out about it, a senator, I think they said it was, went in and had that all taken out.
Yeah, if they brag about it or tell somebody about it, that a lot of times then people end up either silenced or where'd they go? What happened to that person?
Well, you guys ever heard of a conspiracy theory known as Operation Mockingbird?
Yeah.
It's not a conspiracy anymore. I just keep waiting for them to update the wiki page because now we have proof.
I don't know what radio station it is that my roommate has on in her car, but it's news all day, right? But it's not all one side or the other side. It's they put everything out, and they have Bongino and stuff like that on there. Well, today they were talking about what's been in the news big time, you know, I'll just say his initials PP in that situation. And then about the conspiracy theorists. And
Stop. Hammer time.
he's like, people are finally starting to come around a little bit. Every now and then they're admitting what the conspiracy theorists are saying is true, but of course it couldn't be that they had it right. I'm just sitting there laughing. Oh my goodness.
When that story first broke, I knew that it was going to change. Every time we see a news story like this that just pops into the news stream and it's everywhere all at once, it keeps changing. It takes
Yeah.
days for the story to morph into some half truth. I don't even think we're here at the end of this one yet. It's still, the story has potential to keep changing still.
Yeah.
I think they change it to how they want it.
Yeah, just like they did on, a couple years ago with the other thing.
Yep. I still think it's a feel sorry to cover up what's happening about that 2 years ago with the wife's involvement.
Did you see his wife in the video, just recent one I just sent to Chuck? But she's being told get out. Heckled right there to her face by a crowd.
Yep.
Well, it makes
so she'll use that.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
I'm sorry. I think she'll use that though as because that's kind of what they're spinning now, is that it was a threat against her.
They're looking for a murder. It's like they went after, our governor here. Remember the one agency involved in the thing here in Michigan where they tried to, well, it's the same thing there. They're probably trying to use them as murders.
Yep.
I don't think the people are going to have sympathy. If it was a sympathy play, I think it failed miserably. Remember the ice cream video and stuff like that. Remember her ripping the documents up.
Yep.
Remember, all of her snide comments and who she runs with. It's.
Well, look at all the tweets already, and they're from people up there, like representatives and stuff. The feel sorry is not there, and so they're blowing that up into a big deal too.
That's like somebody running up to you, socking you, and then when you get up to go sock them back, they beg you not to.
That or tell on you.
Yeah.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay on here because I just put my time out. So.
Okay, Josh.
Yeah, Ridge Runner, that's what they need. Some of them Rotten Tomato war.
Mm-hmm.
Like Bill Gates years ago when he got slapped going around that corner with a pie in his face.
What do you remember?
Remember somebody throwing a shoe?
I think so. Wasn't that in Congress?
Yeah, man. There was something. That's an old one, man. The guy was, how dare you? I think it was that. Wasn't it at Obama? Didn't they throw shoes at Obama?
I can't remember. I remember about it, but I don't remember what it was over.
That's what it's going to get like. These people are nuts. That's probably why all these closed sessions and we don't see any of this going on, because they know if the public was there, it'd be a circus.
They've gotten so bad here lately, though. They're all blatant about everything. They don't give a shit.
It's like they got to tell you what they're going to do twice before they do it.
Brag.
But do you remember the dump trucks of poop that were dumped right in front of the WH?
Yeah.
I do remember that.
I mean, it's
That's
people
the
haven't been
moon.
happy for quite a while. That's the moon.
Yeah. Can hardly see it.
Is it a crescent?
Millie. Yep. Or at least a half a moon.
Mm.
Did you say Echo's mooning something?
Pardon?
You're mooning? What are you mooning?
It was the moon, half a moon out there, but it I can't see it on my camera.
I still say shit's going to pop off here in the next few days.
Tater still tickles me when he gets up there and starts talking. He turns around to walk. He looks like the acid just kicked in.
We got 7 days left. It's going to be either before, during, or shortly after. Shit's going to get crazy.
How many people know what that means?
What?
What are you showing us?
About Potato, when he gets up there and starts a speech, when he turns around to walk, he looks like the acid just kicked in.
I just saw reports today he was lying again. I mean, babbling on about things that...
He only lies when he opens his mouth. So.
Well, I mean, in the same, contradicting himself in the same speech kind of shit.
Yeah, he always does that, dumb ass.
It's crazy. I can't believe this is even happening. This is a bizarro world. The whole world is laughing at us because of this joke.
Yeah, David said it was Bush who had one shoe thrown at him. He was in the Middle East.
Well.
All right, David. Yeah. This room guy going off. Not nothing. I think he threw both of his shoes, in fact, before they turned him out.
Yeah. October surprise. Biden and Dems spin Paul Pelosi attack to smear Trump. Like, how in the fuck is that? That guy doing what he did was because of J6. That makes about as much sense as we made him do it.
I heard others saying how ridiculous it was to try to spin a left-winger as a right radical.
Mm-hmm.
And then I heard that he wasn't even in the country legally. He was actually Canadian.
I've also heard that he's not a he, it's a thing.
Oh, no.
All kinds of rumors flying, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We may never know the truth.
It's a chicklet.
Chiclet. It's a good word.
Tennessee, I really don't feel that old. But even if I was given the chance, I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't want to do it over. I would. I'm happy where I'm at.
I'm gonna have to
Good for
remember
you,
that.
T-girl. Everybody should do it in person. I got a
Yes.
feeling like I feel like it's being surveilled, and we need to be there because they're going to sort it out in the end, and you're going to matter this time. I have this feeling like, I mean, this red wave, Senate and the House taking that unless they've got this rigged in a way they don't see coming.
Yep.
Oh, this was supposed to be the week that they would do all the testing on those machines to make sure that they're all performing correctly. So I went up to my where I go to put my selection in, and nothing on the board about when they're going to do that. But they had the new ballot up there. So I got to see what that looks like, make sure that I'm not missing any information on anything that they're trying to get passed at the same time or voted on, if you know what I mean. But there's nobody running against our constitutional sheriff. There's just a spot for a write-in. Guy dropped out of the running that was running against him. And the guy that was trying to smear our sheriff, the district attorney, stepped down from his position.
No,
So
for a
something's
long
going on
time.
there.
It's been a long time. They're talking about the real investigation start after the midterms. And I just heard a few speaking that way. And if the Dems and all the corruption, if they know that's coming, we could see some crazy crap here real shortly.
Well,
they know for certain that they're done.
Basically, my thoughts on it is how can you have something like that happen when the last time was not even right? You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, and that's like here. They're saying it's such a tight race between the governors. And I'm
I
like,
don't think
no
so.
way.
A year.
Everybody you
But
talk
I
to,
don't.
nobody's going left. Nobody. Even left people aren't even going to go
Exactly.
left.
Like that lady at the store.
I'm not kidding you. All my neighbors
And that's
that are
what-
left are not going to vote left. They said, period.
Good. But that's what I was going to say. I think that there's so many of us waiting until the 8th to just pour it in where they can't even argue it.
I got a whole bunch of those what do you call them? I'll show you. Hang on just a second. Like cards. Whole bunch of the things for vote for me, vote for me, vote for me, and we've been getting them for weeks. For the longest time, we weren't getting any from the Republican Party, but then you get the actual thing from the Republican Party, along with a little card from some kind of a I don't remember what they called themselves, but I opened. Oh, here it is. Center for Voter Information out of Madison, Wisconsin. And it says inside of there, totally the opposite of what each of them have said themselves. So, like it says, Evers says no to school voucher plan, and that the other guy says yes. It's not the way it is. Everything is reversed on this little piece of paper that they sent me. It's totally the opposite, and we've heard them say it out loud. And it's like, why are they're sending me this little thing as a propaganda lying thing, you know?
Yeah.
They're getting sneaky. I even seen where they've omitted certain candidates from the papers, so there wasn't even an option for that person.
Well, I was getting absolutely no Republican advertisements across, you know, how the commercials come up before a lot of the things on YouTube and different platforms.
Oh,
absolutely no Republican stuff at all. Now there's just getting to be one here and one there.
And the thing I noticed about that is it's channels that would never endorse those candidates. And here they are flooding their feed with those commercials.
But what the thing that I'm really amazed at is that some of the people that are so against the T-Man, anything that they say that they're against or don't like about him is all the stuff that's been said on TV.
Yeah.
Yeah. Repeat.
Operation Mockingbird.
Brainwashing.
That's why I thought it was weird that I got that letter from the Democratic Party, because I voted red for the past 2 elections for sure. And why is the Democratic Party sending me a letter? I didn't get one from the Republican Party.
I was wondering if the mail is keeping it from getting here.
They're part of the, unified front against us. They've already made that clear.
I will. I kid you not. We got up early to vote 2020, and we had an appointment somewhere, and a bunch of post office trucks went past us, those little ones, and they were packed full of those packages like you saw the ballots in when they're going to be delivered. Packed full. Early in the morning to be transferred to be counted. What was up with that? I mean, the driver had to lean forward past the packages to look out the window. They were packed up behind his head and everything in that van. I'm like, there aren't enough people around in this town to have even voted that many bags of votes.
I don't know if you guys heard this or not. The authorities made a huge announcement. Paul Pelosi attacker had a list of other people to target.
Oh, sure.
Oh, no.
I'm just laughing at that story. It's getting worse and worse.
How many more old Fruit Loops are involved in this that like to be chased around by a guy in his messed up tighty whities and a hammer?
Why are there so many pictures of the guy going around social media carrying a camera like he's a cameraman?
Yeah,
I was going to say, are you sure that's not a client's list?
Yeah.
There you go. That sounds more like it.
Probably the ones he's getting paid by.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
I knew I recognized him. I was like, I have seen him before somewhere. And I think it's even more than the picture that I saw.
I'm just a gigolo, and everywhere I go, people love the songs I'm singing.
Makes me want to
Waiting for
puke.
every dance, selling each romance. Oh, what a
Rob
say.
Schneider said, I just heard that over 50 former intelligence officers signed a letter saying that the Pelosi gay hammer attack rumors have all the hallmarks of a Russian gay hammer attack disinformation campaign.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see, I found something to put on here. Bonnie might get a kick out of it. Y'all, a lot of y'all might.
All right, has anyone noticed this trend among some of our
Oh, and
government
you got to
experts
show
lately?
that video
It starts
too.
off with
That? What video? Bonnie?
That possessed
Oh,
girl.
yeah. See if I can find it again. Vicky noticed it. It's the one woman on the wall, and she's carrying another one, holding her by her waist or something.
Oh, is there a second one? Because my daughter said the same thing.
It's flailing around, and I was like, wow. I stopped it, looked at pictures, and yep, it is too. Here you go, Bonnie.
What in the world did I just see?
I saw a short dog.
I was looking at the comments and I missed it completely because I'm on my phone.
So, I knew right away that face, the hammerman himself. I knew I'd seen his face before. You say you've got a photo of him
Yeah,
somewhere else?
I think so. I'm gonna dig because I know I've seen that face more times
I
than
knew I
one.
did too. That's one thing I don't forget is faces.
My roommate saw it and she's like, he was in a movie. And I was like, I thought I'd seen him on TV somewhere, but I can't recall where. We sat here half a day trying to figure out where we've seen him before.
Let me see if I can find
And
that.
that's what I'm thinking. Like public something. Movie, commercial, something.
They took that down, Bonnie.
I kid you not. I went through a whole bunch of agencies looking at what do you call them? Like the can't think of the name of them. The people that you have in the background in movies, the extras.
Yes.
I went through whole lists of people that do commercials, and I mean, I was scrolling through all those agencies on Facebook, looking at pictures of people just to look for them. I'm like, why am I wasting my time on this? This really doesn't even matter to me.
Yeah, pay close attention to things that don't even matter. That I do a lot of that. It's like, what I just watched, why did I just do that?
Well, knowing what's going to happen may not matter much, but there is, if you have a hunch sometimes and you look into it, it'll help you in other ways. I guess the biggest way that it helps me knowing all this stuff is it keeps me skeptical. It kept me from following the narrative.
I was trying to go through footage too, Barb, to see if I could see him in any of those pictures.
Get moments like that though, Chuck, where it's like, why do I even care? why does it matter if I know or not? But then other times I feel differently.
Because we want all the proof stacked up. Just think if we've got all the proof that each one of us knows in a stack and stuck it in front of them and said, "You're fired because of all this," and let them go through it and see and try to get out of it, because there's just no way.
No
Maybe that's what we need to
accountability.
do.
There's been no accountability on a scale that we need to see.
And what is
Well, and
this
that's what I'm
crud?
saying.
Sorry. I was just going to say, what is
We
this
would take
crud that they want amnesty for, to not be accountable for certain things that have transpired over the last 2 years? Bull.
Yeah, I saw that too. It won't work. If the EO that comes to mind still stands and is enforced, it's crimes against humanity for them. They can't dodge that.
Yes, it's definitely that, among others. I mean, if we really wanted to go all out, slander, genocide, crimes against humanity, tyranny, I mean, it's all there.
We've been told a lot of real evil shit in the back channels while the mainstream ignores and censors it. How can we be blamed for being suspicious? That saying where those who know don't sleep? That's a bit of a reality, especially
Yep.
at this point, because now we know about all the stuff. We're seeing more and more confirmation of it. I mean, documents from them themselves. So
Yep.
it's just like I keep mentioning Operation Mockingbird. It's been called a conspiracy theory. Anybody who thought, that was real, oh, you're a nut. But now there's proof that those agencies worked with the media and social media and controlled what happened 2 years ago. All right. Their hands were in it. They may not have controlled the entire thing, but they suppressed one side, promoted the other side, demonized one side, idolized the other side. We all saw that. There was a double standard like nobody's ever seen before. That's It's
Yes.
just like Mr. T just said. They're here they go after him looking for something. They don't have any evidence to suggest that he does something wrong. The Russia thing was all fake, and we know that now. It was made up. But there's no evidence to say, hey, this is a bad guy. But on the other hand, the other side, this administration, the last administration, the one before that, all of them that are related to them, here we have all this, accusations, information, whatever you want to call it, that incriminates them in an evil sense. I mean, it's not just small crime, this is major stuff. Yet nobody's paying attention, nobody's investigating, nobody's going after them. They're just completely sometimes
Yeah,
I feel like
doesn't it seem ironic that the ones that call everybody conspiracy theorists, you're treasonous, you're traitors, you're conspiracy theorists, but we'll spend millions and billions of dollars to blame a president, deface him, and do all the ringers they put him through without a fucking speck of provable evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds to me like conspiracy theorists. They must be pointing at themselves when they're looking in the mirror.
That's what liars do too. Have you ever noticed in real life, they'll accuse you of what they were doing.
Yep.
Yes, that's what when they're bad people, they will accuse you of a little worse to cover up themselves.
Another part of that is if you drag somebody through court over, and make this big public thing about it, they've already got this label, whether they win or not. And then it just is a constant to keep taking money, hurt them in the pocketbook.
Yeah, if you take them to court, you got to be able to put up with being drugged through court forever and bankrupting you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, everything that they falsely accused him of and took him to court for, they should have to pay back the money that they used of the United States people's money to battle accusations that weren't
liable
right.
for all that money and also liable for that. That's shit. My mind drew a blank.
Yeah, and your microphone's making weird noises. Are you moving?
I ain't doing anything. It ain't me, I don't think. Slander is my word I was coming up with. Slander, and that was almost the point of treating this shit they were doing. Or it was.
That's what I said.
Trying to
they actually did have something called the Smith-Mundt Act, and that legalized feeding the American people propaganda. Did you know that?
Wow.
It's like, let's all use their money to bullshit them while we take their money and fill our pockets with it and then lie to them about it.
They got everybody in the right places, either appointed or, chosen in. And
yeah, defamation too.
Changed the rules and laws to where they were impervious to their actions while you were persecuted for yours.
Yep.
And with the whole
it's
thing
like you're saying about that, about accusing somebody, making up something to incriminate somebody. I think that when somebody okay, let's say you accuse somebody of stealing this. Well, if you're making that up and it can be proven that you made it up, I think you ought to be susceptible to the same punishments that you were trying to bestow on that innocent person.
Like Smollett, whatever happened to obstructing an officer when you lie to an officer?
And his smugness when he was first called out about that. They lied for a long time on that. They put lie upon lie on that one.
I've also heard that rules are racist.
Yeah, well, that's always a card they try to play too.
Yep.
That's what, actually, that's another thing. I've said it before on other panels. But the longer you've known about all this stuff, like the longer you've been awake and aware of all the, all the constitutional treading on our constitution, all the stuff that they've done for decades, the longer you know about it, the longer the wait seems for something to happen. Like you feel like you're right on the cusp of it all being tore down and taken care of. Accountability. You think like justice is right around the corner. And it just makes it
kind of like
unbearably.
You get all amazed because they're like, why aren't you upset? Why doesn't this bother you? Why ain't this surprising you? They get this look on their face like a person that first tried pizza for the first time. They find out pizza's amazing. And they're looking at you like, why aren't you rolling around and acting like this? This stuff is amazing. Well, I'm used to it. I've seen it. I've tried to tell you this. And it's like,
longer you know, the
Look at all
longer
the
the weight feels.
Yep. But look at all the preachers they've arrested.
look at all of them that were involved in it.
Well, yeah, that too.
Look at all the ones all the way back to the 70s, all our life. They got busted for doing things with little boys.
Yeah.
Could you imagine being the person that sat belligerently against the people that you love, that didn't want to have the thing in the arm, pushing them, condemning them, and calling them names? Could you imagine being the person that finds out the reality of that, to only realize that you were wrong and how you treated your family? The shame that you should feel? Will they?
I've tried to imagine that, Anna, and I've seen a couple people talking like they already known that they've made a mistake. And it's sad to see it. And I just hope there's some way to, like clear the toxins and all of that out of us. And because it could get really, really horrible if again, I've said this for weeks and weeks, but every day I get on the news and I see more people that are just suddenly dropping dead.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what, my cousin got divorced, went back to live with his mom and dad. He's going to inherit the cabin and all the property on a private lake and everything when they're gone. They got it. They were on him, writing him, you have to get it for us, you have to, because my uncle was battling cancer, and he's like, I don't need you getting me sick, and really put the guilt on him, right?
Yep.
He's having problems since he had it, and he's in a lot of pain. And he's heard some things, and now he's battling his feelings about his parents forcing him to get that. And now they're telling him they want him to get the other parts of it. They have no shame.
I'd be like, nope, guess I'm carrying my ass.
Yep. Guess you're going in a home.
I was like, maybe your sister should go take care of him and you should get yourself a roommate somewhere.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way that you could tell for sure when somebody passed if they'd had that.
I got a video, but I ain't gonna show it on here. That one nurse was all for it. Now she stands up and talks to other people about no, because of all the issues she has now. She wishes so much that she'd have listened to hundreds of doctors that told her no.
I saw that one.
Yeah. When a lot of the healthcare workers left, quit because of the whole everything.
Well, for a long time now, I saw a bunch of them pop up, and anybody who spoke up, they were canceled.
Mm-hmm. My doctor that I had for 15 years, she quit. She moved away, and she was like, it was all because of that whole thing that's happened the past 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I got a friend of mine. He's a pharmacist here in this town I live. He owns a drugstore. He's in his 80s, and We were talking the other day about it, and he's like, well, have you went and got them yet? I'm like, nope, and I'm not going to do it. He goes, look at all the government statistics and all that stuff that say what will help you and what won't help you and what things will do. I said, here, look on the NIH website, look up the thing for the Ivor, the horse paste. I said, look at all the cancer treatments and all the successes they have treating hundreds of types of cancers and hundreds of damn people. If it's on a government website, you got to believe it. You can't believe this part and not that part. I could show you where thousands of doctors tell you what'll work and what won't, and that won't work. Are you believing it because it's true, or are you believing it because the side tells you it's true?
Well, that's the thing, is the government websites have flip-flopped over this amount of time that we witnessed. And they went from belittling certain groups to actually putting it right there that, like the horse paste stuff. That's right on the website now. You can go there and see that it cures things.
Yeah, I was watching that a lot of coverage about that, like 3 to 4 years before this mandated stuff came out, and what the mandates were about. I don't want to say too much. I was talking to my roommate about it because she used to be a veterinarian, and she's like, no way. So she started digging into it, and she's like, holy cow, I need to tell my sister about this because several family members are dealing with cancer. And I was like, they're saying it. Yeah, and it's like shortly after that, and just before it started disappearing off the internet.
What they say about they don't want to cure you, they want you to induct you into the system, so you have to rely on them. I think that's real, because it doesn't feel like they're out to really cure people. They're out to charge you for treatment and medication.
There's no money in cures. There's only money in treatments.
Yeah. It's profit over empathy.
Right.
Getting it, Ridge Runner.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm sub-redacted or not, Ridge Runners.
Well, if they got people so that they were really using common sense as far as population went, and paid attention to it, and tried to be careful and responsible about things, and were well and healthy, and they were able to help people stay well and healthy, people would live longer, we'd have bigger populations of people. But no, you can't do that.
No discipline or self-control.
I saw somewhere that they could fit the whole population of the world in one country.
If they build apartments in Texas, you can fit the world's population here.
I don't know if I'd be announcing that.
Well,
just abide by the rules here. You come in and try to change them, they'll escort you across the state line.
That's the thing that screws in my head is, ever since the 60s, myself, I've been going to Texas. And I've been there, a dozen times. I've read and watched all kinds of stuff on Texas. I've known a lot of Texans. It's always had this image of the one state that won't put up with your shit. We're armed to the teeth. Don't push us. Remember the Alamo. Right? That's what I've grown up thinking. All right. Even in the old movies, don't mess with Texans. There's a whole line of stuff that goes with what I'm saying. But
then you got to hear about Austin and Beto. And I just can't even imagine it's real. You know, it's like it's got to be one of those things where there's three really loud assholes in a crowd of 1,000 people keeping their mouth shut. That's the way I figure it. You know, it's they amplify that side of it and hush us. Because if all of Texas stood up and chose sides, I think it would be way uneven. Still to this day, I still think it'd be way uneven.
The reason a lot of them cities like that
I
get
know
away
it
with
would.
like damn people coming in from different states. The liberals ran here, they hated where they were at to turn around and try to turn it into where they live.
Yes. Even Louisiana. A lot of the people there are with us, but a lot aren't. I mean, look at their governor. And so when they're pushed over here because of disasters or whatever, how's it going to go?
Well, here in
They're going to
Michigan,
stick to
the
what
only
they.
places that are all blue are the big cities where the electoral vote counts, where the majority of the people they say is.
Yes, same here. We got Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, and I think El Paso. The big ones.
And they're surrounded, just like they are here. I mean, because the countryside is as red as it gets, you know, clearly as red as it gets. So it's really like the majority of the area is one thing, but the small areas are another.
That's what Texas is. It looks like a couple of blue bobbers floating out in a red lake.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you could see that whenever things started spreading. um, the blue balls on the map were each one of those. And all the center was clear, open, until it just started spreading outwards.
Well, I have a little
The
thing.
VHS.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Bonnie. I'm sorry I interrupted.
It's okay, go ahead.
I had this little thing running through my head that says, with everything I'm seeing about them pushing this, Mr. T was the one that stole it before, and the way they're talking and some things that was said by the one that ran against him when he was elected.
Yeah.
That there might be a little switch on their game going to happen, that they're going to make it look like the right did the same as what they've been accused of.
That's what I've been saying. I knew that was coming.
You catch them in the kitchen with frosting all over their mouth, and they're trying to say somebody ran out of the room eating it.
They're going to go back to 2016, say that he took it then, and then they're going to say that the midterms were fixed too.
No, there was an eastern state that already found that some of the ballots are not official. That they've already found some that are not official. So, my gut says that this just can't happen. There can't be one. It's got to be corrected before that. So this whole system needs to be fixed. Corrected.
Good night, kids. Sorry.
There's a few possibilities that this could be a big mess. This, the first arrest will shock the world.
Who says it has to be one person?
I know. I'm just remembering that phrase. But, you know, a lot of people say they were going to go after him. They've been going after him. They've been going after him hard for 6 years. You know, so it won't surprise me.
What's that noise I keep hearing? Sounds like somebody playing air hockey.
Air hockey. Wow, I haven't even thought of that game. Like
Next time you hear it, maybe mute mics and take turns and see which one's doing it.
I'm not hearing it now, but I was looking off.
Wait a minute. Let me set my coffee cup down.
It might have been me moving my chair.
It might have been. I don't know. It sounded like air hockey or like somebody on roller skates on a hardwood floor or something.
That's it.
Yeah, we me moving my chair.
Josh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Try muting your mic until you have something to say.
Okay.
That or I can turn you down some. That might be. I turned everybody's mics up earlier.
Like if somebody plays something, like if Chuck was going to play a video, I try to always mute because it'll actually improve the quality of the sound and stuff.
Oh, okay. I can just mute till I have something to say.
I turned it down. You ain't loud now. It was picking everything up. Sound almost like your mic's on the under your desk sometimes, and it picks up everything around you better than it does you.
That's because my mic actually on top of my hearing aid. So you guys hear all the sound around me because it's actually going right into my ear.
Yeah.
Which is a lot better. So it's actually going right into my eardrum when everybody talks. And I prefer that better.
I'm gonna have to look that up, Tennessee Red Runner, where they threw the shoes at him. It's been a long time since I've seen that.
So you guys are all connected into my hearing aid. Which is connected to Bluetooth through the computer.
Yeah, Meat Puppet, good to see you. You're playing with all the energy and resources, aren't you?
The only thing is,
Kiss up, get mad.
the battery only lasts 16 hours at a time, so I gotta remember to charge them up before I get up some more. What'd you say, Bonnie?
I was just wondering if Kiss Off got mad.
But if you guys can hear me a lot better this way, then I'll just do it this way than wearing the headset.
Oh yeah, there's a lot less background noise, or it doesn't sound like you're talking from in a can or something.
Okay, then I'll just do it.
Yeah. But when you move your stuff around on your desk, it's pretty loud.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're bowling.
Good night, Kiss Off.
Night night, Kiss Off. Sweet dreams.
That's because the hearing aids are designed to pick up everything. Because my hearing is so bad. When I don't have my hearing aids in, I can't hear.
Oh. Well, the way I see it, We have to figure out a way to fix all this. Or do something. We don't want to see it go bad. We don't want to see everybody go
Well,
ballistic.
I think it's pretty clear what their plan has been. It's just whether or not it's going to work.
Yeah.
Because their plan, I just know that they've been counting on taking the House and the Senate. Right? Then they can take care of the Speaker of the House. They can do all kinds of things. They can have investigations. They can have their own impeachments. They can do all kinds of things that they've not had the majority of votes to do. And if they're counting on that, all I can say is I pray that works, because if it doesn't, then the plan they've been counting on didn't. We're going to be in trouble. I mean, either way, I think one side or the other is going to get all up in a tizzy, one way or the other.
Well, yeah, no doubt.
I'm hearing you, and I'm
And kiss off if it's that kind of talk that you don't like. I'm not sorry. I just can't. I don't know what to tell you. It's just what I'm talking about.
I'm totally blind in my left eye. So my right eye is my good eye.
Me, Puppet, I guess you found me.
But I'm looking at everybody on a 32-inch monitor, so I don't really have nothing to complain about.
Yeah. And now all of that's being rationed too. We got the letters for our electricity to be rationed.
Did you hear about them building a pipeline to start from Mississippi River to California so they can start filling their lakes and reservoirs?
Mm-mm.
Talking about running it to through Louisiana in there somewhere, and they're saying that it could affect the swamps and the marshlands and stuff in South Louisiana.
Uh-oh.
That's part of the reason why I don't stay too much in chat, is because I don't really know how to spell that phrase. And there's too many people talking at once. I prefer to come up on panel when I can.
I understand, Josh. So why don't they go north of Louisiana? I mean, doesn't the Mississippi River go up kind of high?
Minnesota. Begins in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry I didn't see you in there, me Puppet. I can't get D-Live chat to show up. It doesn't pick up on StreamYard or YouTube. It's kind of stupid. It did used to where I could, when I typed over there, it would come over here, but it don't even do that anymore.
And you said that was to transport water? Because I heard Dee say on her channel they had so much water. Because it's like the rainforest. And she said it just flows off into the ocean that they had so much.
Yeah, and then they turn around and tell all these people they can't only use so much, got them rationing water in cities, and they can't water grass and stupid shit. They let it run off.
Rainwater.
They're controlling people what they're doing and what they have in showers and all that while they're just dumping it in the ocean. So if they got it going like that, they could be able to collect their own damn water and going to cause a big federal bill to run a pipeline for water across the whole United States. To me, it seemed like it'd be an easier way to desalinate ocean water and use that.
Yeah. That's one of the things Trump was trying to get done.
This one's stupid, but let's run a pipeline from Mongolia to here. It's cheaper. That's like let's make electric cars. Let's make electric cars and make everybody buy them, but you can't charge them.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't car exhaust. We don't want that in the air because it pollutes the environment. But we'll salt the clouds with stuff out of airplanes with poison. That don't do nothing bad. Sounds like a fucking dumbass trying to convince people of shit. That's what's the sad thing about them. That the people, most of them are so fucking dumb. They think if they don't know it, no one else does. They're the smartest one to walk in the room. And I bet they don't even know how to wipe their ass. Sorry, I just get little the old Chuck seeping out.
Anybody miss me or even notice I was gone?
I was talking for you.
You said you were putting your coffee cup down. I thought you just got silent.
No, I had to go outside, but didn't I hear you mention something red in the sky? That's Mars. Mars is really visible right now.
That's because so many people they're focused on Uranus.
The moon looks like it's half full. Is that what you took pictures of, Anna?
Yeah, I was trying to get it to show up behind me. And
it's a pretty clear night here right now. I can see the Milky Way and everything. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, Bonnie, we must have run off Dorinda.
Where is Dorinda?
I know.
Is she here?
I don't know what happened with that.
With what?
I don't know why Dorinda's been MIA.
I talked to Dorinda earlier tonight. She said that Bonnie wasn't doing good. She was on pain.
Yeah, we've been texting back and forth. I don't know.
Maybe she ain't getting notices. Because I don't get notices of her shows.
And then
we're not the fun crowd anymore.
And then late at night when I can't sleep, I'll go on Bonnie's page and leave a comment on something.
I'll be right back, y'all. I gotta go grab some diesel. I drank Vicky left me her Coke when we got that stuff and that shit rushed your pipe.
Well, like half the time when I go to look for anybody live, I can go into the subscription thing, go down the subscriptions and
see a live in it.
No, sometimes there won't be any lives in there at all, and I actually have to click on your channel or Bonnie's channel, even Prepping 101's channel, and then go from playlist or whatever over to the homepage in order to see that anybody's even live. And I have the notifications on, so I'll unsub, resub, and hit notifications, hit the bell, and it still keeps doing it. So I have to actually look. If you guys aren't scheduled at, you usually come on at a normal time or a certain time, half the time I miss.
These phones, Echo. It's partly these phones because I never had that problem on my computer near as much as I do on this phone.
Oh, okay.
Well, and that's the weird thing. On my phone, I got a notification. So I scrolled down it to get which channel Chuck was using tonight. And then I went to YouTube clicked on live. It wasn't there, so I had to type it in to search for it on the computer.
I'll get notifications that Chuck went live, Bonnie went live, Lefty went live, or anybody else that I'm subscribed to on my phone. Now, occasionally, they'll come to the laptop, but it's not too often.
Yeah.
I still say they got us all in a box. They don't advertise us. They don't let people find us unless you look for us. They already got us pegged. They've had us pegged for a long time. And anybody who regularly associates with us is probably in the same box.
Yep. We're the misfits. See, David don't get notifications on our computer. It's weird.
Although my aunt, I subscribed her to everybody that I watch. And every night, I got so many people on my iPad. How do you watch all these people? Well, I find it time.
That's the thing too is I don't know if it's other channels.
Yeah.
I gotta take
What's up, David? Yeah, I mess with Bonnie all the time. Her ringtone's busy, ain't it? Got a whole bunch of stuff going on at once.
Yeah, Bonnie kind of adopted me in a way, and I'm very grateful to have her in my life. I wasn't expecting our friendship to take off the way it did. Someone has a train in the background.
That's me.
You ever see what they're hauling this late at night there, Chuck?
Last time I was going through, I left out and they're doing it. There's a bunch of tankers. Them big black propane looking tank things.
Yeah.
That could be anything. Could be liquid gases, poisons.
Well, they seem pretty busy every time you're on, pretty much.
Yeah, they make their way back and forth, it seems like. And there's a double track there, but they only use one side. I don't know how far they got to go to get to a multiple track, but they also down there. They got that.
The only one I know of that busy here is the one that goes over to Canada, and it's never slowed down.
They got that place up here. It's a mile or two up the road, but that's where they go, where trains go to get flats fixed. They build all them axles and train wheels and stuff there.
Yeah, the trucks. Michigan used to have a lot of active railroad back in the day. Not so anymore. We've only got a couple lines that are real active.
David N., I get some notifications, but no, not notifications of half the people that I really want to see.
Well, you got to turn the notifications on for one thing. What we're saying is we don't get notifications even when we turn on the bell, shows all the notifications, watch the show regularly, and we look for it. I mean, and you still don't get notifications. Like I said, it was months ago. I was on Chuck's panel for an hour before I got noticed that Chuck went live.
Yeah.
Me and Rusty used to joke that we'd be on for a half hour, an hour, and then, oh, I just went live.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bonnie, I love your ringtone. I expect to see like sparkles come flying up, confetti.
Streamers.
You ever seen them new presents they got out now? When you open them up, they pop open and it's got them little birds that come out of it. And I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, I'm like, it's busy.
Makes you think you're going to get blasted with glitter.
That's what I need to wake me up. Everything I got, I sleep through it. I do have that Santa Claus one that's just a bunch of bells, a Christmas thing. Sounds like somebody's shaking sleigh bells. That one wakes me up, but every time it's after Christmas, somebody hears, you're a little late for that or a little early.
I haven't owned an alarm clock in 50 years. I don't need one.
Yeah.
See if I can find it.
Probably 40 years. Okay. I was probably pushing it there. I had one when I was young.
Wish I could go there.
Here it is.
It's just
That'll wake me up.
hasn't been.
Tennessee Ridge Runner, you must be behind in the show. You're making comments that Matt
been able to get a ride.
You might be behind.
I remember I had that happen to me for a while. I'd go on to Bad Shads, and I'd be halfway through,
I don't know that she knows them, but
backed up in his video, and
all right. Thank you. Love you too. Bye.
you're welcome, Bonnie.
Love you too.
You buy your good, so you're going to bed? Good night.
Were you talking to us, Bonnie?
Did y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, barely. I heard something that sounded like you were going to go to bed.
I'm sorry. I thought I muted everything.
We didn't hear what you said. We heard good night, and that's about it. But we could hear you.
Good night. We love you too.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were talking to me, and I kept talking to you.
I said I love you too.
Oh my goodness.
Well, at least you didn't do the Gigi. You didn't bring the phone in the bathroom with you. Or wear your headset to the bathroom.
Right.
I wonder how she's doing.
Who? Gigi?
Gigi, yeah.
Don't know. Don't hear from her either.
I could probably give you 3 guesses where she is.
Yeah.
Canada.
Canada?
Was I right?
Well, I meant.
I know. I'm sorry, I was being a smarty pants.
I know.
Tennessee Ridge Runner's so far behind in the show, he doesn't even know I'm talking to him.
Can you type it in chat?
You're talking to him?
I can't type anything in chat.
Yeah, I can't type in chat when I'm on here either.
I can't on my phone.
I used to go on
What
Man's
did you
Pads
say?
all the time, and I'd always find out I was about a half hour behind everything. I would look at where the bar was at the bottom, and I'd be talking about
Yeah.
shit that was on then, and finally the
Yeah,
chat was,
same thing used to happen to me too. Doesn't happen now that I pay attention though. It's the same thing with that live chat, top chat option. If you don't hit live chat every time, you're gonna miss parts of conversations.
I hate that.
When I had my other phone and it was dying, starting to act weird and stuff, I got this phone. I would be doing something on the other phone, and then I would get a phone call on this phone. So I would go over to the other phone and watch the show, and I would find out that I was lagging like crazy. When I turned on the other phone, it's like this one was just echoing what you guys were saying.
I hate that pop chat. I wish they would take it away.
I'm quiet because I'm concentrating.
constipated.
Not with that kind of coffee.
Yeah, I'm never constipated.
Carl was telling me about this guy passing out and being in one of those sleeping bags that comes up around your head or whatever. And the guy woke up and there was a raccoon on him. He's like, it looked like a big worm flopping around on the ground. I got laughing so hard I couldn't stop laughing. And then finally, when I finally stopped laughing and we were in a serious conversation, all of a sudden they come back into mind and I busted out laughing again. Because I'm a visual thinker and it just looked like something you would, in my mind, that you would see in a hilarious comedy, kind of like, what's
A
that one?
giant green worm having an epileptic fit. That's exactly what it looked like. Could not get out of the bag. Couldn't even find the zipper. His mind wasn't even working.
Then when he tells it like that, oh my gosh, I start crying. I'm gonna mute now.
I'm not talking about some little skinny, rat-looking raccoon. I'm talking about a good 40, 50 pounder. He was sitting right on his chest. These army sleeping bags zip right up to your chin, all his face is out. And he was a beer drinker, got into my whiskey, ate some beans, got sick as a dog, and was puking in his sleep. The raccoon was sitting there scooping the vomit off of his face and out of his mouth, eating it, and that's what woke him up.
This just kills me.
I had the mag light on him, one of them big mag lights. They're like a spotlight. I had that trained right on him as that happened, So, and he was like screaming like a little boy. That scared the crap out of him. I never laughed. I was laughing like you were, Anna, in the middle of the woods, in the middle of the night.
I put my phone number inside.
You should have filmed it. That would have been a viral video.
That was before these pocket
devices in everybody's pocket. You know, that was a long time ago.
That seems like it would be like the missing scene from Where'd I Leave My Car? You know, or something like that.
Dude, where's my car?
Yeah, dude, where's my car?
I'm reading about this Julia Powell. I'm guessing she used to make crack about people that weren't on the same side as her, not getting the shot, dying from it.
Oh
She
my
died a couple
God.
days ago, and I guess it's from getting it.
Oh man, I just sat here and you know my fruitless tomato plants. You know, I
Yeah.
just sampled the first one, and oh my, oh
That's
my.
why you were really quiet.
That's why I was concentrating. I had to clean it out nice and twist it right. And, mm,
But that
oh,
was the deep concentration.
it's smooth. It kind of tastes fruity. Wow, it's completely turning dark already. It's so resonated already just from a couple. Wow. My fingers are so sticky, I can't touch nothing just from breaking it up.
Wow.
Yeah, wish I would have done more. I wish I could legally send you a sample.
I would like that.
You're more likely to get me by texting me on my phone than you are by email. And I don't check my email that often.
Wow, this is this is extraordinary. I'd want to send one of these to Hawk.
I
Talk you like my frog.
can.
Do, 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 do. I don't think he heard
Oh,
me.
man, I feel you know how bad it sucks not having stuff to having anybody to share something like this with. Man, every now and then you'd like to have a powwow or something.
That would be nice. Oh my goodness, did you just hear that?
Heard something.
That was Millie farting. Oh, Millie.
What was it?
My dog.
Wow.
She
Blame
gets
it on the
scared.
dog.
She gets scared. She come running over here, and she's doing a running fart. Oh, poor baby. I think your dog heard it.
Please, I thought she would come in. Sorry. Man, grouchy people. What am I saying?
Holy moly, man. Hmm.
Bonnie, your dog.
Yes, I know.
Almost sounds like you're standing with your foot. We got it locked up and it don't like it, or
Yes, at night. Well, yeah, most of the time she's in the bathroom. She went walking a while ago. I thought that would help, but she hears Shannon and she thinks it's time for another walk.
don't bother me or nothing. Just saying it.
Bothers me.
That's because you're sitting on top.
We lost Anna.
I got a black cat over here coming sitting on the arm of my chair, looking at me like, "What is that?"
What the hell was that?
All right, let's see if I can get back here without losing this. Did you get that, Chuck? What I just sent you?
I'm looking to see.
That's
Yeah, the moon picture or whatever.
Oops. He dropped too. We lost Carl and Anna.
It's like, hey, y'all, watch this.
Debs, why are you crying?
Someone dropped their iPad. That's what the big crap was. In case you guys were curious. The iPads are really expensive.
Yeah, they are. It's funny, as soon as I mute, she stops. It's like she knows when I'm mute. There's Carl back.
well. Hey, that picture did it just
Breaking up.
Yeah, you're cutting out. Your robot. Yeah, my damn camera's stuck.
Uh-oh.
The heck?
Carl was asking if you got the picture he sent you.
You're like a robot, Carl.
Caramels.
Can you hear me now?
Carl.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you got that picture, Chuck, that's a buddy of this telescope. He's been putting cameras, he's got all kinds of gigs. We're about ready to do another photo shoot and try to capture Mars. But show them that picture of the moon that we took.
Hey, Victor.
Victor.
This telescope is crazy. I saw the rings on Saturn clear as a bell.
Trying to figure out how I can get that picture over here. Let's see.
It's like the size of a giant ship cannon or something when we set it up. He just uses me for aiming because I can aim it at anything he points at.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all see it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you, I could see in the craters and the shadows in the craters and all kinds of things.
Captain Grable.
You look right about here, you can
That
see
is
Carl giving you the finger. See where my mouse is? Here, I'll zoom. Well, maybe not. Let's see. I got the wrong picture up. Let's see if I can swap it.
The farther away the body in space, the harder it is to photograph because it moves. So he's got electronic gizmo now that'll track it as it be able to get better pictures of planets. Because we tried to do Neptune and Jupiter, and it turned out fuzzy because the planet's moving. So if you have track it as it's taking the picture, it works better. That's the
Hey, there he is,
pretty
right
cool.
there. See?
Yeah.
You're breaking up a little bit now.
I got some clearer ones I have to send you too, Chuck. Might be able to get close, a lot clearer, high resolution.
Yeah, I seen that. I watched that video too when I looked for that. You riding that bike. It looked like you had a tweaker sitting on the back holding that camera, didn't it?
Oh, it's hard to hold that camera while you're riding.
Yeah, I don't think it would have mattered if you had a stationary camera or holding it. It still looks about the same. Everybody I see on a bike or running, the camera looks like they're being chased.
Yeah. It said that it turned itself on and off. What was going to be like a 50 video turned out to be 7 because there were 2 other 3-second videos from it bouncing.
Yeah, I forget you used to do those weird horror movies where they hold the camera and run with it and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Midnight Shyamalaya, whatever the hell, or something like that.
And it got booted too, huh? I want a bicycle. I want to ride it now. I ride my bicycle. I want to ride it where I like. Remember that song? And Fat Bottom Girl, make the rockin' world go round.
Song A Whole Lot of Rosie, huh?
That's a better song than that Queen song. DC over Queen. I'd choose ACDC over Queen every time.
Yep.
Touch Too Much, Night Prowler. What else? If You Want Blood. Sin City. Jailbreak, 74. I like the early ACDC. You like that 80s stuff you said, didn't you? Bon Scott. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
At first, when they come out with that new guy in the 80s, I was like, sounds like somebody that sings bad trying to sing like Bon Scott.
Brody, I thought he did really good, though. Back for Rhodey, I thought he did really good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of like different music now. I don't. Back in Black, well, that was pretty good, but it's not the same. There was more like soul AC/DC, whereas now the new AC/DC, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, choking on
False High Society. God's gift to ballroom. I always fill my ballrooms.
Yeah, I
The
like watching
social
Angus
papers
Young
say
work them little small hands and short fingers over them guitar strings. You know he's a little bitty fella, huh? I think Angus Young said he's like 5'2" or 5'3".
they're pretty.
He's like, I'm just a little bitty guy. He goes, some of them guitars I've picked up are taller than I am. He goes, you don't know
You
what
ever
the
see
pain
that
is.
old '70s video?
He was
You
talking
ever
about
see
having
the
them
old
little.
'70s video of Jailbreak?
Probably.
They were doing videos before MTV was even
Yeah.
started.
That one where they're by the mountain or the fountain and had the bagpipes.
Oh yeah, it's a long way to the top if you want to
Yep.
rock and roll. Not many rock
Yeah,
songs with bagpipes in them though.
They
I'm
got that
thinking
heavy
about
metal group, but I don't think they put anything out in 10 years.
I'm thinking about making a second channel for doing my StreamYard.
Yeah, you can get on Twitch and here and some other ones and put them together, Josh, and have it streamed to a couple different places. If you're going to do your gaming stuff.
Yeah, my goal is to what my goal is to I'm getting another. I have a whole bunch of stuff on Amazon I'm gonna order, and my goal is to take this monitor and there's another input. It's called a DP input for this monitor, and connect it up to my computer, my new computer that Tim South community made for me, and keep the laptop connected to the same monitor, and buy another webcam. Hook that webcam, the other webcam that I'm getting, up to the same computer. Keep this webcam connected up to the laptop, and buy another headset and hook that headset up to that computer. That way I have two pairs of everything, and I don't have to keep swapping the webcam over to the other computer and swap everything back over to the laptop.
Yeah.
So that's my goal, is just to have everything run off of this one monitor and get double the amount of everything. So that way I don't have to keep swapping and disconnecting everything. Because it can be a pain.
Good night, Victor. Victor said it's gummy time.
So that's my goal. And the laptop, it only has like 8 gigs of RAM. So it can't do like Fortnite and all that. But I think it would be fine with just streaming on StreamYard. Because I don't think it takes very much power to stream. The games would take up a lot of power. So that's my plan.
Can't imagine why, but I just got hungry.
With that, Paul,
Said I can't imagine why, but I just got hungry.
yeah.
can't imagine.
Good, boy. Were you gonna say something, boy?
No,
Wonder what
I just said
Monty, I wonder what would happen if I'd cause any commotion if I wired my channel up to go on Twitter too.
Oh no, I was just thinking. I wonder what I could get in there.
Originally, when I got the laptop, it had Windows 10 on it.
I imagine other people are already testing that limit. Cindy, good to see you. Pink.
I just keep thinking, well, to the jungle. I forget when I mute. I come back on robot and don't I?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't really care.
No, I think I'm going to jump down and make something to eat here. I think we've been going here for that's what it's telling me.
You fix
4 hours.
Yeah. So we've been on here for 4 hours for real.
Yeah.
Wow. It does not
really
seem like.
No, it didn't.
If the second camel grows.
I don't know. Are you trying for a marathon or something, Chuck? What's going on?
No, I just left it going. People are here. I was about ready to pull out.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for having me up here somewhere soon. I'll be listening. I'm just going to make some.
You're welcome anytime, man.
Thanks for having me on, Chuck.
Enjoy your food, Carl. Good point. What did I find today?
Having to redo my Twitter password.
Oh. You want a song?
Song. If you want to play
A
something.
song? Let's see. I don't know if this is a bad one.
Where do you get all your music from, Bonnie? Do you download it on your computer or you just look it up on YouTube?
Yeah, just look it up for covers.
Okay.
Hard to know who's going to be good, though.
Mama, take this back from me. I can't use it anymore. It's getting dark, too dark to see. Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door. Mama put my guns in the ground. I can't shoot them anymore.
Good. Okay.
That
Now
cold black couch coming down. Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
Well, that one was bad.
Oh, to go to more than 3 destinations, StreamYard, we got to be in a professional plan.
It's all right. I like the original version of that song.
Well, yeah, we all like the originals, but they play them.
Yeah, you get copyright.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you liked it, Cindy.
I got so much music on my other computer. If I were to play it all on YouTube, it'd probably take National Alabama on heartbeat. I got everything from the Carpenters, Helen Ray. One, two, eight. Put your head on my shoulder.
Good. We need something funky.
3 Doors Down.
Oh, we're still at work.
Yeah, I'm
Poor
looking
Rich in here. I think he works all the time.
There's nobody in Twitch.
Michael Jackson. Good in the sky.
Shit. Hell, we've been here 4 hours. Might as well call it. Channel's getting shorter. Maybe somebody else is on.
Funky calls Medina.
Yeah.
When I'm getting lost, if you guys are getting lost, I'll see you guys tomorrow night somewhere. Yeah. I'm sure.
You take care, Josh. You work tomorrow?
Take care, Bonnie.
Josh. Good night, everybody. Much love.
You too.
We'll talk to you later.
Night, y'all. Love you.
Good night. Good night, Bonnie.
Bye.
Love you too.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks for having me on, Chuck.
You're welcome anytime, man.